dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the 7 seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. If you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our grace. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean wind blow.
Who's holding my hand in the darkness? Seeing ghosts down the hallway. There's a presence, bedroom shadows, cloaked and haunting me. Cold hand touching me. Fear overwhelming me. Tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes. A breath on my neck. Floating apparitions everywhere. Go to sleep with the light on. I wake up paralyzed. Ghostly apparition hovering over me, asking what it wants to know. I'm shaking now, it calls out my name. Cloaked and haunting me, cold hand touching me. Fear overwhelming me. Tapping at my window, I can't bear to open my eyes. A breath on
Okay, folks, I wanted to let the song finish. Like I just said, we have two new songs that are coming out this weekend, Skinwalker, and the other one is called Envy, which we see a lot of in this community. And welcome everybody. It's a late night impromptu. You know, there's going to be a lot of people who probably aren't going to be in the chat, and that's fine. I don't care. Not that I don't care if they don't show up, but I know that people will watch it on the replay. So a lot of people got to work tomorrow, and we're not usually on late nights unless it's the weekend. But I thought, you know what? I was on with Blondes and Booze earlier, and I figured, you know what? I feel like going live because we were talking about the eclipse, and everybody's got a big thing going on about the eclipse, right? The end of days, everything that's going to happen that could possibly happen is going to happen. We're all in trouble, you know. I mean, just be careful, you know. It's like, who knows what could happen? I got people calling us, telling us that we need more guards, you know, because the eclipse, and it's not that it's not the eclipse, it's the reaction that people are having to this eclipse. They're acting like this is the end of the world, and so, you know, I mean, if people are going to act a fool, they're going to act a fool. Doesn't matter. We know a lot of different civilizations have had many different interpretations of the eclipse. The earliest going back to the Chinese. Of course, everything goes back to, you know, they have such a long history. And not that they have more history than anybody else. It's just that they kept records of it. That's the key. I think it goes back to I want to say 4th century BC, but I'm not 100%. So if you look it up, that may be right, that may be not. But I believe that these temples, a lot of these temples and these things that people were, the way they built them to be in alignment with these eclipses, you know. One second. I don't want to have to get up here and do something, but I might. Just give me 1 second because I will not go. I'm just going to turn this off real quick. I'll be right back. It's not going to take me 2 seconds. Can't see when I get up in these glasses. So let me get back on here. I know you can hear me still. So I can see these glasses are made to see close up. I'm farsighted, believe it or not. Not many people are. Most people are nearsighted. Just reading some of the comments here. So give me your thoughts on this, on the eclipse, and what you think is going to happen. Because if you think anything is going to happen at all, and we'll get into some reports of weird stuff. I'm going to tell you a couple weird stories. I'm really backed up on them. So I thought, you know what? Maybe I could unload a couple and get them out there right now while everybody's still awake, because we were on with Blondes and Booze. Carter Bouchard, he's one of the really cool people in this field. I've had him on my show. Great guest. If you don't know who he is, check him out. Check out his work. He's written like 5 books. And one of his most recent ones was about his abduction. He was an alien abductee. And so it just goes to, you know, show that that's a lot of people have been abducted and that are into this stuff. T. Toey, I want to thank you for that last minute donation over there on the Blondes and Booze. Somebody had asked me about whatever that we don't share the money. That is their show, their money. That is for them. And I appreciate everybody being generous and kind and donating to them and helping those ladies out. They put in a lot of work. They really do. That's why I agreed to help them and go on their show. And I appreciate the paratroopers going over there and supporting them. Let's see who all we got in the chat right now. Plymouth Puckwudgie, Mike, what's going on? Dorothy, I haven't seen you in a while. 86. I've seen you in the chat, but I mean, we know each other in our real lives. Bernard Fox, I'm still waiting on Wormwood to appear. A lot of people say that's an interesting thing. We'll go right there. Monica Rollins, how you doing, Monica? She's going to be on the show tomorrow. You're going to be on tomorrow with us, right, Monica? I believe so. We can talk about wormwood. What do you think wormwood is? As Bernard wants to thank you, Jamie, for that donation. I appreciate that. Makes me feel like people care about me, even if it's 10 cents. At least you say, "Hey, you know what? Your time is worth money." I appreciate that. We're putting it together. We're trying to get the money together right now to get some things done. We will eventually get them done. Believe me, I got one thing done. I got my hair cut. You see it? It's done. But no, Bernard, let's talk about that for a minute. Wormwood. We know about it in the Bible, but what do we know? Wormwood. A lot of people probably don't realize this, but Chernobyl was called wormwood. You know what Chernobyl was? Well, let's just say the Russians and the Ukrainians know what it was. Okay. We're not going to get into a big old discussion about that. I see a lot of the people that were here that were over at the Blondes and Booze. I want everybody that's from here to go and support them because they are really, really nice people and they're really helping me out too. And with the people that are doing what they're doing, they're not allowing them to tee off on me. And they have been witness for me to people who are doing what they're doing. And I appreciate that because they've seen it and they know that it's happening. Some people say, well, you shouldn't say this, shouldn't say that. No, they're putting me in a position where I have to defend myself, because one of these individuals likes to go around and stir up trouble. But they're not going to win. They're not going to win. You know why? Because what is this? It's 11 o'clock at night. And you can see right here, we got 212 people up here. Okay. The Patreon, if you're interested in supporting the show with the Patreon, 10 to 20, 30, 40, $50 tier, you get all the different perks or whatever. We finished the rest of the mail off today. We mailed off some of them a couple days ago, and then we filled the rest of them today. And so if you're expecting your packages, you'll be getting them soon. Autographed books galore, shirts, everything was mailed off. So I hope everybody enjoys that. Miguel Guerra, my man, he says, hi, Josh, my fellow PRT, Ken Cobra. I'm hoping this $20 will make a spot in the JoJo universe as a fill-in for Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow, two of my favorites. I also like Destro. But those are my guys, man. Grew up with that. Yeah, Bernard says, I've only heard it's our son's twin, sort of. Not sure, Wolf. A lot of people say we have two sons. That's another thing. Somebody had mentioned in the chat, and I think it was CGC or DCG. Anthony, if you're listening, I don't know if you're listening, see if you can get him unblocked. He said he was blocked. Anunnaki, bro, they use wormwood and absinthe, I think they do. And it comes from the East. Liberty, thank you for that donation. Always a wonderful guy, helper. Got to meet him at the conference. An amazing guy. Really love him a lot. Good dude. What's up, Eddie Patch? So here's what I'm going to tell you. Let's talk about that. DCG, thank you, Bigfoot Rob, for that donation. You're paying me back for the one from earlier. I gave him one on his show, so appreciate it. Thank you. We're just giving each other donations here. That's funny. But I appreciate you being here. I'm going to tell you something. What DCG said in the chat got me thinking. I was like, I was already thinking about doing a show tonight anyway. But I thought, we could talk about how the worlds are connected. See, what people don't understand is that we are living on a giant turtle, and the turtle's floating through the water. I'm kidding, folks. But the ancient Chinese actually believed that. What if it's real? What if it was true? What if the inner earth, and there's people just like me and you, what if there's a mirror versions of us? Lots of us. I've had dreams where I encountered, and I really believe this, I've met my future self. It was me, very gaunt and thin version of me. And it was another, I don't know how to say it. It was somebody that was me, but it wasn't me. It was like he was his own individual person, but it was me. And I met another version of me who terrified the hell out of me. It wasn't me that I could never imagine being that person. It was sort of like a dream, but it wasn't a dream. I knew it wasn't a dream. And when I met this individual, it was through my out of body travels. And I can say, Aussie Sue, everybody was asking about you. I hope you're okay, gal. What I found out was that you can be a very evil bastard in another reality, and you can also be a very righteous person in another reality. But they're all just different aspects of really who you are, right? I also believe that after my recent discussions with Joel and Gerald, that they believe in this pond Earth theory. That is the thing too that I didn't really totally believe in, but I did some research on it because that's what you're supposed to do. When you're presented with information, you don't just kick it out and go, "Well, this is bullcrap," because I don't want to believe it. Because you know what, I'm smart. You have to take it into consideration and think maybe you're not as smart as you think you are, and you should do some research. And that's what I did. Because who the hell would I be if I wasn't sitting here? Thank you for that. He says, thanks for removing the duct tape from my mouth. Giant turtles and 4 elephants. Yes, 4 elephants, one on each corner, right? Because the earth is one round bowl and there's elephants that hold it up. Very smart. Yes. It's their way of explaining where we're at. Now, what Gerald and Joel, let's get some organization here. My good friend Tony Merkel always says, he's like, I just try to get organized. That is the big problem, isn't it? Us guys like trying to do this stuff. It's just being organized because you got a million things coming at you at one time, and you got 100 people trying to be on the show, and you're trying to do people's shows, and you're trying to help each other, and it's always this big paranormal soup. Like that's the name of Jason Bland's show, one of my other colleagues. I like his show. It's good. Check it out Sunday nights, 10 o'clock. I'm going to tell you this. They told me, and this is where we'll start, and we'll get into the double suns and all this other weird stuff. And then I'm going to tell you a couple stories, encounters. They told me that we are living in one giant ocean. It's just trillions and trillions of just miles of ocean is what it is. And the worlds are like, you can bounce between world to world. Not the ocean that is in our world. That's not really connected to the next world. But there is another ocean that's kind of like a firmament. And you can bounce between the worlds. And then they told me other things that I couldn't talk about on the show. But they explained how they were taught. And I'll be real honest, Joel believes it wholeheartedly. Gerald says he don't know what he believes. Gerald actually thinks, because Joel studied it more intently, he's like, the world is just, to me, just the world. I don't really care about that. He said, it just never interested me. It wasn't something that he felt compelled to find out or to go study. I think the connection's getting kind of bad here. Hold on. So what I've done, let me go ahead and highlight this comment here. Welcome back, DCG. I'm glad you never stopped listening. Sorry that you got blocked. I don't know why that happened. Sometimes people don't, I blame Scorpion. He probably the one that did it. But here's the thing. When you're dealing with these worlds within worlds, there's another world, and that is the world of the inner earth. What's down there? And if the earth is just one big round pancake, like Joel and Gerald tell me it is, and you can bounce from world to world like bubbles, because they say that there's like a dome, right? And we're bouncing off of each other. That's causing a friction that creates alternate timelines and whatnot, and also earthquakes. Now, I didn't know if I believed that. And I will not one to just dismiss or throw out people's ideas and thoughts. But one of the things that Joel said, and then later Carlos, who I haven't told his story yet, probably going to be coming out on Tuesday, either that or it's going to be the elves of the inner earth. One of the things that they told me was, have you ever, and this is funny because I was, we're about to talk about this. You ever dreamed of an alternate reality? And I said, I'm pretty sure I have. And we talked about the city of night, which we went over in the show. But I have dreamed of my alternate selves, and I've met them. Some people have met them and some haven't. Most have not. When they dream of them all, their alternate self, they think it's a demon pretending to be you. This, I assure you, folks, I really believe that I've had that too. That's a different thing. But what I saw was me. And there were multiple versions of me. Some that I knew were like from a timeline of a past life and another reality. Like you have past lives in this reality, but you have past lives in that reality. One, I looked like a Roman centurion. Another one, I looked like I was from Buck Rogers. It was weird. I don't know how to describe it. Not like an astronaut, but like somebody who was living off world or something. It was bizarre. But these were all me. And I was shown that they were me. And when I kind of like our spirits kind of like went through each other, it was like, oh, I get it. I get it. And then I wake up and I'm like, I don't get it. I totally do not understand what this is. And then I was told we're going through, hey, Elvira, how you doing? Come on. This is my sweet girl right here. Come on. You want to say hi to the audience? Oh, you're full of grass burrs. Look at you. Look at you. Say hi. Say hi. Wee. Where's little Elvira? So what you do is you're going through these alternate realities, and you're becoming. Where's mommy at? You want to go aggravate mommy? Let's go. Let's put her down so she can go find mommy. There you go. So you're going through these alternate realities that all exist at the same time. And when you try to use your human brain to comprehend it, you can't. There's no way to do it. It's almost to the point where it just seems like maybe your mind is just playing tricks on you and it's making it all up. But I can promise you that's not the case. Because I've gone back to sleep during one of these dreams. Thank you for that donation, Audacious Amber. I appreciate it. And I woke up once again, convening with someone from an alternate reality. Some of these beings I didn't actually interact with. I just observed. I watched. I just watched them. A couple of them even were aware that I was there. And they were kind of like looking around like they had felt the presence of a ghost. And I was told by this sort of futuristic looking version of me that was very gaunt, like I said. Imagine me as like, I don't know how to describe it, like a very Doc Holliday, very sickly, skinny guy, like that has tuberculosis, but not sick, just very thin, very pale, not very muscular at all, wearing a trench coat, very sharp dresser, I could say that. But he was kind of like my tour guide, and he was telling me, those are you, these are you. We're in this matrix, this soul matrix within a matrix. He was describing it all to me. And we were speaking in another language that I understood. But then when I woke up, I didn't understand it. I didn't grasp it. And I was like, oh, I get it. I get it. This geometry and this language and blah, blah, blah. But when I came back to this reality that I'm living in, that I deal with every day, I didn't understand it. And I wouldn't expect you to understand it because I can't understand it. And it's really hard to explain. But every 5 years, I would have these dreams, starting from the time I was a child, 1980, when I was 5. I was born in 1975. And then again in 85. And then again in 1990 when I saw the Dogman. 1995, another pivotal year, very weird. A lot of weird stuff happened to me. Then again in 2000. Then again in 2005, another weird thing. I believe I had an encounter with a skinwalker. He wasn't malicious. He was just trickster type. I talked about this. I was guarding a Cabela's. 2010, another pivotal year. A lot of weird stuff. 2015, that's when I started talking about the Dogman on the shows. 2020, we're hit with the plague. And my show began to ramp up, getting more and more stories. Who knows what 2025 will be like? The thing about all these years is that I have a lot of weird dreams during these years. A lot of them are prophetic, and a lot of them have come true. And that's something I don't even talk a lot about on the show. The show is weird enough as it is, without me telling you, hey, I had a dream. We're all doomed. And we are. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. The eclipse, I think, a very ominous thing for most cultures, it's usually the prelude to something. So thank you for that donation, DCG, and thank you for understanding and being understanding. And I'm glad you said that. If anybody else is blocked and you can't reach out to us, email me. Maybe you said something in the past that one of the mods blocked you for, or and we can just move past it. Just be nice to everyone. That's all you can do. Sometimes people will say things that you don't like. Don't got to fight with them. Yeah, that's a very interesting one. Excalibur Knight says, I heard a story about some people being chased through a drive-through by their own lookalikes. Can't remember where I heard it. That's what we're going to get into. That right there. Really freaky story I got from a guy who said, me and my little sister Lisa were chased through the looking glass. Very weird story. The way that he told the story, and then I immediately talked to his sister, like right one after the other. Like I called her up and I said, she told me the same story, but from her perspective, and I believed him. I met this guy where I meet a lot of people at the gym. Met him about 4 years ago at 24 Hour Fitness. I'd originally met him through my other nephew because he was working security there. And he says, this guy's got an amazing story. You need to talk to him. And I said, okay. And I ran into him at the gym and he says, hey, dude, you're the guy. I said, yeah. And my nephew introduced me. We started talking. And Zane's like, hey, this guy's got a crazy story. Let him tell you. So he went off to do what he was doing. And the guy told me. So with the eclipse coming up, I thought that this would be an appropriate story to tell. So I called him up. Thank goodness he had the same number. I said, hey, we haven't talked in a while. And he says, yeah, I watch your show off and on every now and then. He's not a regular, but he likes some of the material. And so he gave me a story. And I'm going to tell you that story. Very odd, very strange. And it does have to do with an eclipse. So I thought we need to get this done before the eclipse comes. And before everybody loses their collective minds, which seems to already be happening. Believe me, I know, because of the business I'm in. They're like, can I have an extra guard? Not because demons are going to roam the earth, but because people are they're buying up all the toilet paper again. Can you help out us? And I can only do so much because I only got so many people. So the night of the eclipse, I'm probably going to have to work because people are going to go nuts, and they already are. But I'm here to assure you that everything's going to be fine. It's going to happen. It's going to come and go. But that doesn't mean that it's not a portent of things to come, because it could be. Now, back to this world, these worlds within worlds. There are some Earths that have two suns, which is very weird. I had a woman, she's a Zoroastrian. She reached out to me literally a week ago. Says, my son likes your show. I'm Zoroastrian. Very rare. She's from Persia. Now, she left Persia because Iran is not very hospitable to, like, her husband and her had some problems, and the man is right. Let's put it that way. She left. She came to the States. She has family here, and she's a very nice person. She has a son. She managed to get away. Her husband was Islamic, and he did not like her views, her religion. They're a very small minority there, although that's the birthplace and the home of it. Islam has pretty much strangled it. And there's a lot of people around the world who don't know that it is actually the parent religion of all of our religions, whether you're Jewish, Christian, or Muslim. Believe it, because the Magi, they followed the star. Those three people who found Jesus, the birth of Jesus, Zoroastrian. True story. Here's what I'm going to tell you. When I talked to her, she told me, she's like, this, there's going to be an eclipse. It's a very prominent thing in their religion that these things are basically the signifier of things that are going to happen. They use a lot of astronomy/astrology. Before it was called astronomy, which is the very, very scientific form of it. It was called astrology, which is the belief in certain things with the whatever. See what we can do to minimize this. See if they're using it up there. Maybe we can get a little more signal. I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. I start talking about stuff and it seems like it just doesn't want to hear it. So it's like, be quiet. Don't talk about this stuff. Exactly. Here's what I'm going to tell you. We're going back to this thing about the eclipse, right? And so what ends up happening, she tells me that in their belief, in their religion, I don't know, can anybody, I don't know if I can, because it's freezing up on my end. This is great. That's why I got to start going to the studio to do these shows, because this internet's not working right. Tara baby says it's good here, good. Okay, so anyways, let's get to the meat and potatoes of this. These different worlds are all slated to collide and come together at some point in the future. I can't tell you exactly how this happens, but during the eclipse, supposedly, they align. And when that happens, we have what they call like these portals, what we would call portals. We describe them as portals. People can and things can slip in and out of our reality because the eclipse is an alignment. And it's basically there to show you. Yeah, it's moving robotically. I don't know what's going on here. It's a shame. So what ends up happening is these worlds, they come together. It's not something that we as people, as like a scientist, isn't going to tell you this is what's happening. They're just going to say the moon is moving in front of the sun. But in this alternate realities, this is something that is like a code, basically saying that something is going to happen, that something's going to come of this. And it's sort of like a pattern. And it's telling you that's either the end of something or the beginning of something or both. So this close to where a lot of people believe we're in the end of days, this is something that's going to be front and center in people's minds because of all the craziness that's going on. Things are moving really choppy and slow. I apologize for that, folks. Anything I can do to try to fix this, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't want to have to stop the stream.
Try closing all those tabs. That's a part of it too.
Okay.
Close them all out.
That's one thing I can do. Let me see what I can do here, folks. Try to help the situation. It's really just one. They're all just one bunch of tabs to the same thing. Is it improving?
I can't tell.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's going to matter much.
Well, I mean, the tabs do make a difference because they take up a lot of memory.
Oh, I'm talking about like most of them are all just from one thing. So it's still moving very choppy. Well, anyways, yeah, see, I don't know how to make it better. Am I? Go in there and see if you can hear me correctly. So what's happening is it's basically like when you look at what's happening, there's a lot of different religions. And some of them are obscure religions, but they all believe that something is going on, that we are headed for some sort of cataclysm, and this is the beginning of it. This is telling us that, hey, this is going to happen. Be prepared. And a lot of people are going to take it like it's a big joke. They're just not going to do it. They're not going to listen. They're not going to stop. And it's not going to happen. They don't care. And you can't make them care. And that's the sad thing. It's all up to us as people to come together and to try to figure out what we can do, not to stop what's coming, but to be prepared for it, because what's coming is the destruction. And I've said this before, in destruction, I see clearly. When you knock down all these things that are in the way, you start to see and you get the rebirth. And every one of these cultures, the Vikings, to start with them. In the end, after Ragnarok, Surtur comes up and he scorches the earth. Opportunistic, because Jormungandr, the world serpent, decides to make his play, starts causing tidal waves, whatever. They don't really coordinate it. It's not coordinated. It never does say that it's coordinated. It's just opportunism. One thing happens, then another one starts his crap, then another one starts his crap. And it's just like people. What these villains do, they're like, oh, now's my chance. Thor's busy fighting Jormungandr. I'm going to go topside and I'm going to scorch the earth. Fenrir has broken from his chains and he decides to eat the moon and the sun. And everything goes to hell. And an eclipse is what a lot of people believe signifies the beginning of Ragnarok. When the sun is being devoured by the moon, the eclipse of the moon, it's Fenrir eating it. That's the end. There's an Algonquin legend very similar. And then in the end, there's only one animal left. There's this wolf, and the blood from his mouth, from the victims, drops out of its mouth, and the new life, rebirth, the tree of life is reborn. Celtic belief. But the Algonquins echo that sentiment, very similar. The Vikings have a very similar story. It's all kind of grim. Bad. The gods lose. They all die. But get this, the Hindus, Brahman, he dies. In the end, he dies. In the last cycle of the Yuga, which we are in, the Kali Yuga, Brahman dies. And his son, Krishna, comes to earth to rebuild him, basically, by gathering up the last remnants, vestiges of the righteous people. And there's not a lot left. But in all these other religions, there is another version of everything that happens. And it's all happening over and over and over again. And in almost every religion, there is an alternate world. The Gnostics believe that this was a counterfeit world created by a god called Yaldabaoth. I'm not going to get into that tonight because a lot of my audience is Christian. They get very upset when I start talking about these Gnosticism. And that's unfortunate because they were the first Christians. And around the world, the Coptics, the Gnostics, they're being killed. They're being destroyed and stamped out. The first Christians, before the church, this is what they believed. And then gradually it was like not palatable for the average person. Nah, we can't believe like that. We have to combine it with Greek belief, philosophy, and Judaism and kind of meld it together and make something else that's more palatable for everybody because we don't want this grim reality of what's coming. So we make something else. How convenient to not get to know who you are and where you came from. And now people fight and die for that belief, which was just literally people who were not happy with the truth. So they changed it. So what I'm going to tell you, two stories, and one I'm going to start right now. I get this guy, Kenny. He gets in touch with me, right? Reached out to me after my nephew and I talked to him very briefly, and then I just kind of put it on the back burner. I go to the gym one day. He was a personal trainer there. I see him there. My nephew introduces us, and then we talk. He tells me this amazing story. He's like, I'm about to go on lunch break. Let's talk. I finished my workout. I went and I met him in the back, and we talked. Told me some really amazing things. I called his sister up right after that, and we talked. She echoed everything he said, but from her perspective. And I believe him. And this is what happened. He said, when we were children, we used to go out and play. They lived in upstate New York. And he says that we ran into this little man who was wearing a green outfit. He looked like Robin Hood or Peter Pan. And we thought, wow, look at this. Somebody's out in the woods. It's a child, and they're playing a game. Then the man ran into a tree and disappeared. And he's like, and Kenny told me, he's like, me and my sister were blown away by this. Our uncle had told us a story, and this is what caught Zane's attention. He's like, our uncle had told us about a werewolf that he had run into in that same woods as a child. Following this werewolf, which was small, about the size of a normal-sized man, he was hiding behind trees and following this wolf on two legs. He ends up in another reality. He ends up on a road being confronted by what can only be described as highwaymen. If you don't know what that is, bandits. The English called them that, and they confronted him, and he asked where he was at, and they said Albion. He runs. They don't chase him. He's just a child. He gets home. His home's not there. Eventually, he falls asleep. Middle of the night, his parents going out crying, screaming, yelling. They find him. He tells them this incredible story. I saw a wolf on two legs, and I followed it. He ended up on this muddy road where these men had these flintlock pistols. He was describing the pistols, and they were pointing them at people in a stagecoach, and they had masks on, cloths over their face. And they said, "Where do you come from, boy?" And they said they were from Britain, English accents, whatever. Told him, "Well, you're in Albion," which is one of the names of Britain. So what happened? Did he walk through a time loop, a time warp, a portal? What happened? They grew up knowing this story. And one day when their uncle came to visit, because he lived in Buffalo, he came down from the city and he says, "Hey, let's go through the woods and I'll show you where I saw the wolf on two legs that could talk." But the way that it talked, he couldn't understand it. It was like gibberish. It was like it was talking to itself. Now, was he transported to an alternate reality where talking wolves were the norm? And that you could just go to 1600s England? Who knows? But what happened to Kenny and Lisa was odd. They were out playing, and unbeknownst to them, there was an eclipse. The strange thing about it, Kenny goes, "I can't even remember there's supposed to be an eclipse. We looked it up, and there wasn't one that day." This happened in 1986 when we were children. He's like, "I was 7. My sister she was 6. He was 7." Because he was born in 1979. And he said, what's crazy is, he's like, "I see this weird bird fly overhead. Never seen anything like it in my life." He's like, and I look up and I see it go over like the sun. I could see it. It was almost so powerful that it blacked out the sun. He goes, and then right after that, there was an eclipse. He's like, "I know, because I saw one years later and I looked at it and it was the exact same thing." The bird had like caused this, flew over the sun, and then after that, it was like this round disc went over it, causing there to be an eclipse. He's like, when this happened, after it crossed over the sun, he's like, me and my sister, and this guy, he's, fitness buff. All he does is drink protein and lift weights. Not all he does, but that's his life. He's a gym rat. He has no reason to tell me some weird, fantastical story. He's not trying to impress me. I really believe he was just telling me the truth. So he tells me this story. And we're sitting there at the 24-hour fitness. And one of the other trainers had come in and sat down and was eating his lunch and was listening. We were listening to him. And he said, I'll tell you what happened to us. Once the sun came back, we were in another world. The little man that looked like Peter Pan, Robin Hood, whatever, he had gone into the tree. There was a door there and it was glowing and it had a violet glow to it. He goes, and we walked over to it. And there was a keyhole. We tried pushing it. We couldn't get it open. He's like, we looked down. And he goes, and I looked through the keyhole. He's like, and I see things moving around like a city. I could see an entire world in there. And my sister's like, I want to see. And so she looks. And he's like, there was light in the keyhole. You could see. And so she said, maybe if we wish, then we can be on the other side of this door. And he goes, immediately I thought, this is ridiculous. He goes, we're children. He goes, but I wasn't a stupid child. I didn't believe that this could happen. And she's like, I wish that we could be. And she grabbed his hand and she said it. And he just looked at her like, okay, this isn't happening. But then she said it again. And she says, say it with me. So he did. He's like, then I said nothing happened. He turned around and he pushed and the door opened and they both went through it. And they went down like what he described as a very rough slide that was made of like a giant carved out tree root. He's like, and at that point, the guy that was sitting with us, I know him, his name is Ronnie. He started laughing. Hold on one second. Do one thing. I got to close this door real quick. Right back. I just got to close it. Let's see here. Echo coming. Sorry about that, folks. So he says we end up going down this slide. And the guy that was eating, he was sitting there. I should have laughed at him. He was sitting there eating Fruity Pebbles, which is funny to see a big old gym rat eating Fruity Pebbles middle of the day. But he starts laughing. And I looked at the guy and I said, this sounds funny to you, doesn't it? He goes, yeah. I said, yeah, well, there's a lot of weird things under heaven and earth. So what happens? They get down to the bottom of this slide. They're kind of on a street. And people are walking back and forth. They all look the same, except their skin was green. And then they realized that the little man's clothing that they thought was just green, whatever, was mostly his skin. And he was only wearing like a onesie looking thing. He was a green person. And there was a green haze in the air. Everybody was green. And I was like, what are we looking at? Where are we? And he goes, I got scared immediately. I tried to climb back up the tree. Couldn't do it. I look up. It's not there. There's a fire escape leading to a building. We're stuck. He goes, what do we do? And his sister says, I don't know. We should pray. They started to pray together. And something akin to a constabulary person, like a constable or somebody, came up and grabbed him. A police officer, I guess. And says, what are you doing here? You don't belong here. You belong up there. Why are you here? So they took him. Put him in a little wagon. He said, we must have traveled for at least a couple of miles. We go to the edge of this town, and there's like this old jail-looking thing. You could see it like from an old Western movie or something. We walk in there, and this fat, heavy-set green guy stands up, and he tells us, you don't belong here. Well, how did you get here? They tell him the whole story. He puts him in a jail cell. with 3 other people that are human, like them, not green skin, not weird. They had orange eyes. He said they were very striking, but they were also terrifying. And they were short in stature. He said the tallest, about 4 foot. And he asked me at this point, because I was kind of just staring at him. He's like, "Are you with me?" Because I probably was, in shock at that point. I said, "Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it's cool to be able to talk about this face to face." But I had to go. I said, "Look, I'm running for time. I want to hear this. Can I call you?" And he said, "Yes." So I called him up. A couple days go by and I called him up. And we kept missing each other. And eventually we got back to business. And he said, "Look, where was I?" And he told me, he says, "Look, I'm going to tell you, he didn't miss a beat. This guy was not making it up as he went along. This is what he said." Miguel Guerra. Oh, yeah, there you go. The Green Children of Woolpit. That's something I thought about too when he was telling me this, but not until I did a little research. And I said, "Look," I said, "I did some research on this. And I've heard of stories like this. Now, nobody had ever told me one up to this point." And I asked him, I said, "You saw an eclipse, but there was no record of it in that area." And this is what he said to me. He said, "Not in our reality. But I'm convinced that that little area of woods behind where we used to live and play, that was originally my grandparents' house, can take you to another reality." And what if he did go after the eclipse? What if he was in Albion, the fantastical realm of Great Britain, medieval Britain, below their feet? Because when the jailer goes up to them and he says, "What year is it?" Topside. With a British accent. He had it. He goes, what year is it up there, children?" "Well, it's 1986. He says, "Oh, yes. That's not what year it is here." And they said, "Well, what year is it?" He said, "Here, it's 1669. And he said this. He said, "The year of your Lord up above, it's 1669. So when he heard them talking, they began to convene, a little group of them, a little group of these green people. And they said, "We have another one. Here it is. They're coming more and more frequently." And they told him, they said, "Don't worry, you won't remember this. We're going to take you back up." And the weirdest thing happened when they were walking out to go back into the little wagon. They were like pushing it up the hill into this weird violet light. And right before his eyes, the weirdest thing. He's like, "We just woke up." He's like, "Right before my eyes." He goes, "I saw everything that could ever transpire from like, it was like going through like from 1669, whatever. I saw everything from that spot where they were at. The transformation of the land, everything, Native Americans, people riding on horseback, all kinds of stuff, just everything you could think of, right before my eyes." He's like, "I can't even remember it all. It was happening so fast." He's like, "And then we wake up. We didn't know where the hell we were at. And we went home and we thought we had just played. And we had this, what I believe was a false memory. And for years," he goes, "we never remembered this. We didn't remember what the hell had happened to us." He's like, "And then one day, it was Christmas time." He goes, "It was 2 or 3 days before Christmas." He's like, "And I got this toy." He goes, "I'll never forget it. It was like a little swamp man." You know what I'm talking about? And he says, and I opened it up and I looked at it and I was like, "Where have I seen this before?" And then all those memories, bang, come right back to him. And then his sister, he runs to her and he says, "Do you remember the green people? Do you remember being under the ground? Do you remember the keyhole? Do you remember wishing that we could go through the violet door?" And she was like, "No, I don't." He says, "Take a look at this." She looked at it and she was like, okay, I'm still not getting it. And he said, so then at that point, I remembered it. She didn't. He goes, and for like the next 2 years, I brought it up and she never remembered it. Never. He's like, and then one day, he said, we were watching Alice in Wonderland. We were at my cousin's house. I had never seen it, neither had she. Rich Sykes, how you doing? Thank you for everybody who's donated. Thank you for everybody who's shown up. We have almost 472 people here. Late at night, I know it's late. And he told her, he says, when she did the little keyhole looking whatever, that's when she goes, oh my gosh, she got up. They had just ate spaghetti. And he goes, and she was like, she had a stomach ache. Or, I'm sorry, lasagna. And she said, we had just ate like a big old thing of lasagna. We weren't big eaters because but my cousin, my aunt's mother, could make really good food. He's like, we were half Italian. She goes, I feel sick. And she went to the restroom like she was going to, you know. He goes with her and he's like, are you okay? And she's like, I remember everything. I remember the green people. I remember going through that tube when we came back and everything was like history that had happened right there. And he goes, okay, thank God. He's like, okay, we can't tell these people because they're going to tell our parents and they're going to think we're crazy. And the first thing she did was go out there and tell her cousins because kids are kids, right? And they ruthlessly made fun of them. Never let us live it down. This silly story. They acted like they wanted to hear it. My 2 older female cousins and my little cousin that was a little younger than me, Justin, and he goes, and he just made fun of me. Even my little cousin was making fun of me. And he's like, they always laughed. Oh, you saw little green men. You went through a keyhole. What's wrong with you? And he always said, I corrected him. I didn't go through a keyhole. I went through a freaking door in a tree. And he goes, and our uncle said he remembers seeing a door on a tree one time glowing purple. Going up to it and pushing it and nothing happened. So he walked away. He played in that woods all the time. Their mother, his sister, was scared to go out there because she had seen what she called a Bigfoot. And it chased her. So she wouldn't play in those woods. But he did. Swore up and down that he saw what we would call a dog man walking along, talking to himself, and then ran from him. Took him out onto a road where he saw these highwaymen. At the time, not knowing what that term meant or knowing what the hell they were. So after this big reveal, they go home and his aunt and uncle tell the parents, and they're like, set them down, and they're like, tell us this story. The dad didn't want anything to do with it. This is nonsense. This is ridiculous, whatever. The mother was intrigued. She said, when I was little, this is what his mother said. She's like, when I was little, there was this fairy that used to come to my window. And one time she brought this really big, shaggy looking creature that didn't look like what I saw as a kid. Not the thing that chased me. She's like, it was something else. It was like a blondish haired creature with barely could see its face. And the skin looked kind of bluish black. And it tried to communicate with me. And they wanted me to go out and play. And I told them I couldn't. My mom and dad would be very upset if I left. It's like midnight. I can't go outside. And they said, we'll take you to the underground where other kids are there and you can play. So she said, come back tomorrow. She said she lied. She had no intentions of ever doing this. So she was playing in the backyard. She would never go out of the woods. Her dog Mac was there with her and she was playing. And here comes the big shaggy creature and this little Tinkerbell looking whatever. Fairy. I know what they look like. So they come once again, speaking to her mind, saying, come play with us. The thing put out its hand. She grabbed it. And next thing you know, she's standing in front of a tree. But at that point, she refused to go. She went back inside, and that was it. She has no recollection of where she went or what happened, and it was dark. And all she knows is she was walking through the front door of her house. So she told them that story. About a year after this, when his sister snapped out of it, he said would have been about 2.5 years after, 3 years maybe. He said, I think I was 10. He's like, we were walking through the woods again, playing. We had a couple friends that had come over to stay, and we were back there behind the woods in our house. And one of the neighbor kids, which neighbors, but they were like, they live 2 miles up the road, said, have you ever seen yourself out here? And Kenny was like, no. And they didn't dare tell them what had happened to them. They weren't going to tell them the city below their feet. It was from another time, inhabited by leprechauns. I don't know. So Kenny says, what do you mean? Have we ever seen ourselves? And he says, when we were playing out here, me and my sisters, we saw ourselves. He's like, and in fact, we saw our mom and dad. We saw all of us. We heard laughter by the road. We walked up to the edge of the road. And get this. He's like, as we're watching, our parents walk by, talking, holding hands with us. So Kenny was confused, and he was like, what? And he's like, yeah. He goes, and then my older sister, one day, she was out here running around playing, and she ran into herself. And then they played together. And then her mother called and said, hey, come inside. She yelled. So they both ran in the same direction toward the house where they lived. At the last second, she's like, when we got to the backyard, it was like something happened. There was like this blur, and then poof, we separated. So if these stories are to be believed, we're dealing with what? An alternate reality, within an alternate reality, a timeline shift, all happening at one time. Very, very strange, right? When I talked to his sister, she pretty much gave me the whole story, the same rundown, with a little bit of exception. She also had seen this fairy-looking creature that would bang up against the window. And then a couple times when she was out of her body, she said she looked back, her body was laying there. She floated and went off with this being where she too met an alternate version of herself. And she interacted with it. JRB, we're not playing around here, dude. Okay. I don't know who's wrenching. Get rid of that comment, please. But other than that, there wasn't really anything different about her encounters than his. And he asked me this many times. He was like, I don't know who's wrenching. Who's wrenching here? Please get rid of JRB's comment, please. Let me see what I can do here since nobody's doing it. There it goes. Hold on 1 second. So, if these stories are to be believed, him and his sister either pulled a very elaborate hoax on me, or yeah, it's already gone because I deleted it. But so if they pulled a very elaborate hoax, and they have this story memorized, or something really weird happened to these people. Now here, I'll go to the lady that's the Zoroastrian from Persia. Here's her weird story. It's not real long, but it also involves an eclipse. She said when she was a child, this was no dream, this was no weird, no whatever. She said there was an eclipse and it was slated to happen at a certain time. And she couldn't remember what year. She's like, I know it really happened, but nobody around me remembers it and nobody believes it. And she says everybody was getting ready for this eclipse. She's like, and we were talking about it at the temple where they go and there's like this fire and they have this ritual that they do. And so she says we're at the basically their version of church, and everybody's preparing for it. She's like, and then when it happens, the weirdest thing, she's like, after it was over, she's like, there must have been 60, 70 people there. She's like, nobody remembered it. She's like, to this day, she's like, nobody remembers the eclipse. I remember it very well. She's like, my little brother remembers something. He remembers like everybody falling asleep and then waking up on the top of a building. And she's like, yeah, I thought that was weird. She's like, I was real little, maybe 4 or 5. And she's like, everybody did fall asleep. They laid down in this weird pattern. And when the eclipse went over the building, everybody stood up and nobody remembered it. And she's like, I didn't understand what was going on. At the time, I was a child. And she goes, and I knew that something had happened. Smurfy says, our memory's gone. Gonna get wiped. I don't know. Can't tell you. But there are some who believe. And I'm going to give you this. They actually believe, and there's an offshoot, very, very little known offshoot of the Zoroastrians. And I can't even remember the name of it. It starts with like an N or something. But what they believe, kind of like the Yazidi, they have a very similar belief. The Yazidi, you can look them up. They believe that whenever something happens like this eclipse or whatever, that things reset. The old world is wiped away, and we don't remember it. But the powers that be, to the Yazidi, they call it the peacock god. I want to butcher the name. They're called like the Nashari or not whatever, but it's a sect of Zoroastrian. There's not a lot of them. There's only a few hundred of them in the world. But they believe that there was another world here before. And that every time there is an eclipse, what happens is that world gets thrown out and another one gets reborn, and we don't remember it. And we just live like everything is normal. And these inner earth elf-like beings come up, put us all back into position, and redo it. Sounds crazy as all hell, doesn't it? But there are different cultures that believe this. There's a Chinese cult that believes this too. Bless you. Miguel Guerra says, weird thing is, KY Calm doesn't remember it at all, though my brother and myself, okay, I think he's trying to say, remember it clearly. Yeah. Yep. And Hannah just made a good comment here. Days have been going faster and faster. Yes. Oh my God. I can't believe it. It's like the hours are shorter than they used to be. Time is just flying. Even when I stare at the clock, when I do my Wim Hof, it's like time is moving way too fast. Kid Flash says, I don't remember the last eclipse. Guess what? I don't either. I remember there was one not too long ago. But does anybody remember it? David Buckle says, Freddie Mercury's parents were Zoroastrian. See, here's the thing. There are all these little small cliques around the world that believe that this is what happens. That there's some sort of reset. But we don't remember it. Yes, Smurfy. Another good one. I watched it at the hospital. Anthony, is that you? I watched it at the hospital while visiting my grandpa. Murphy says, I've been angry. Let's put the comment on there. Because it feels like life is just speeding by and no more time left. Exactly. We are hurtling. General, I'm not going to say your name. It said in the Bible at the end time would be shorter. Yes, it also says in the Quran, in the Muslims' belief, they said that a year will be like a month will be like a week, and a week will be like a day, and a day will be like an hour. That's when you know that the end of man is in the return of Jesus, because the Muslims actually do believe that Jesus is going to return. But they don't believe that he was the Son of God, which is where we differ. Samantha says, I remember the last eclipse. Well, that's good for you, Sam, because a lot of people don't. But Sam's a pretty smart kid, so I could see how. Dennis G. If you want your thing read or whatever, the best way to do it is put a donation. If not, then I ain't going to read it. I'm kidding, folks. That's one way, but just put it in all caps. If you put in capital letters, I can see it. Okay, yeah, it's Anthony. I don't always know who's got the Paranormal Roundtable thing, but it's not me. I don't use it. I use Josh Turner. That's the only one I use. 2017, I remember it. Cassie Crow says, I remember it. Thank you. Penny Van says, I remember it clearly. We made paper things to watch it. Yeah, exactly. Joel Burgess says the Earth's rotation is speeding up. Smurfy says, we each don't know when it will be our time to go, so we all should spend every minute loving and appreciating those close to us. Very true. Valerie says the National Guard, there are some strange things. The absolute scariest time of my life happened, an encounter in McCurtain. Tell me about it sometime, Valerie. You might have already sent me the email. If you have, I apologize. I have so many. Miguel says, if you don't donate to the camera cause, moderators will put you in thumbtack shoes. We're not going to do that. Yeah, Penny, I'm catching up on the comments here, guys. The last eclipse, Russia invaded Ukraine. So tell me your thoughts in the comments section, what you think of this. The eclipse that these children saw, was it real? And what happened to, I'll call her Dora, from Iran? What happened when she was a child, and why did no one remember the eclipse? During an eclipse, the Mayans and the Aztecs sacrificed thousands of people during these times. Ridiculous. Diana says, I made my own glasses to see the eclipse. Yeah, I felt something really thin from Amazon, and I looked, and it was glasses, so these people here could look at it. If you want to know the honest truth, I don't think you should look at it. It's my opinion. I'm not going to say anything because people will make a big joke out of it. But I'll say it anyway because I don't give a damn. People will say I'm crazy. It don't even. I mean, at this point, what does it matter, right? I've already said so much crazy crap. It don't matter. Because some believe that you can become possessed, or that it can make you go mad, and you're not going to remember it if something does happen. Great job, Valerie. Matthew 24:22. If those days had not been cut short, no one would survive, but for the sake of the elect, those days will be shortened. Well, thank you for saying that, Quantum Potential. I hope everybody sticks around. Paranormal Roundtable, that's Anthony, said they thought the sun needed blood sacrifice to defeat his sister, the moon, and battle and rise again day after day. Yes. Pretty stupid. Smurfy says, I want the eclipse to be like that old show Heroes, turn us into some mutants with superpowers. Rich Sykes says, we're all a bit crazy though, Wolf. Yeah, we are. That's why we're here at midnight. 506 people here talking about this crazy stuff. Tana says, I went to a welding shop to buy that special glass. You're determined. Yeah, okay. Hekamundo says, flowers, they already have the ultra ready and they have the heifers that they got from Texas. So everything's already prepared. Just the eclipse has to happen. Wow. So let me ask you this. Kenny and Lisa had this encounter as children. They find out that their mother had some weird stuff happen there too. And the neighbors had some weird stuff happen because that area is an area of high strangeness. I call it like a nexus. I think it goes beyond portals. People call these things portals, but I think it could be a vortex. Vortex to me, and I have my own sort of terminology for that. Looks like the paranormal to me has nothing to do with ghosts. It has everything to do with everything, right? What I think is going on with this is this nexus vortex. And these beings can move in and out, and they know, most of them do, that they are at some sort of intermediate whatever, but not all of them. I think some of them just think that they're going about their business as usual, and they're walking in and out of different worlds. I don't believe these worlds exist in outer space because I honestly could tell you the truth. I don't know if I believe in outer space as the way they say it exists. There's something there, but is it outer space? Now, we also have liminal spaces. We have all kinds of spaces. There's also a spot and supposedly in our universe, right outside of our own, right on the edge of our galaxy, that is just all water. And it's like 150 trillion times the size of Earth, and it's all water. And who knows if this water that exists that divides us all, what if someone was washing dishes and they just shook their hands off and we all just fell? We're falling through the air. And time is so different from that world to ours that we live and die in these drops of water, worlds within worlds within worlds. Billions and billions of years pass. But it was only a few seconds for the guy or gal that was washing dishes. And they flung soapy water off of their hands, mixed with food crumbs and who knows what else. Quantum potential. Come on now. Be nice. Be nice to George. So what happens? Eventually, splash, and it's over. But you're not going to know because you died millions of years before. Or what if a black hole is just the drain and the tub that the water is being drained out and billions and billions of years are passing on each one of these little worlds? And they're theorizing and they're going, that's outer space. And there's a light that's on. It's been burning for billions of years. And really, it's just somebody that walked out of the room and didn't turn the light switch off. Maybe an hour goes by for them, billions of years for us. D-Truth says, Bible says there's water above firmament. I'm trusting in God. I would tend to agree with you. There is a firmament. We don't understand it. We don't know. We also know that there is possibly a dome over us. We don't know. People say that there is. And I'll give you this. It's not just in the Christian religion. I talked to the rabbi about this the other day when I was on the show with Monica and Tex. We talked about some of this stuff. Read as many books as you can get your hands on. It's really the only way. And realize that there are as many different theories and thoughts as there are sands on the beach. Let me ask you this. Has anybody noticed, we're talking about the Mandela effect, right? What about all of these mandanimals that people are encountering? There was some snake that they showed on some show I was watching the other day. It was on cable or something. And I just had it on and it was going. And they said, oh, these are found all over the Texas beaches. I've never seen that snake in my life. And I've been over Texas beaches my whole life. People run into them all the time. I know there's snakes in those little hills right there, but I'd never seen that before. And I've seen snakes, but not like that. I've never seen that one. And they're like, oh, they go out and they swim out in the water and then they come and they run all over the beach or whatever. And I'm like, bull crap. I never heard of that in my life. These weird animals. There's squirrels that are half black and half brown, and their bodies, like it looked like somebody spray painted them. I saw one day, and I was like, what in the hell is that? And I'm a person who's like, I research animals. My whole life, I've been an animal lover my whole life. And I'm seeing new things every day that didn't exist the day before. I'm sorry, but this is not correct. I've talked to people that have nothing to do with the paranormal at all. I was buying a pair of shoes and I was talking to a guy over at the finish line. And he was like, dude, what the hell is going on? Some weird stuff. Looking at a video and we were laughing. And I was like, this is crazy. I said, I have a show about this. Go check it out. Weird stuff. When did these beings come into reality? But they always existed, right? But just not in my reality. They are not from here. They are from Albion or wherever the hell, the city of the green mist. Whatever. Penny Van says, Wolf, I saw a duo-tone squirrel 2 days. Yeah, it was summer before last. Me and Nellie, we saw it. And she's like, what is that? And then me and her and Stefan were driving around by the lake, and we saw this weird mandanimal, and he came on the show and talked about it. To this day, I don't know what it was. A fox mixed with a hyena, mixed with a dog. And what if these creatures are being created in labs and released? Like someone said earlier, in the days of Noah, so will be the end of the days of man, right? This is really weird, wild stuff. Yeah, Morgan, they do, right? But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, and I'm not arguing there because I know what you're talking about, they do. But they were showing this weird snake, this yellow and black snake. I've never seen that in my life. Not on a Texas beach, anywhere. Now, there's a place that they call Buccaneers Cove or Pirates Cove or something like that over there on the other side of the beach there on Galveston, where what's his name? What is that pirate's name? Lafitte. So he buried treasure, and during one of the hurricanes, one of the cannons that he buried the treasure in showed up. But they call it the Mosquito Cove, and then right next to it's this little Pirates Cove or something like that, full of snakes. You get out, they say that those little pools, those brackish water pools, are loaded with bull sharks. But you probably won't even make it to that water because you'll get bit by one of the sea snakes that'll kill you. Anyway, that's the legend. But I've never gotten out of the vehicle and gone walking over there. D. Carlito, Holy Scripture shows a completely different perspective. Only way to be prepared is to know the word. Whole world will be deceived is a big accusation. All those religions have similar outcomes except one. Okay, Carlito, why are they all different except one when they all do pretty much have the same outcome? And in fact, Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism all have that in common. That a guy named Jesus or Christ or Krishna, whatever you want to call him, comes back and sets things correct. So what do you mean they all have a separate outcome? No, they don't. Now, I don't believe, me personally, my personal relationship with Christ, I don't believe in those religions, but they have some truth to them, some similarity. So, and is this Carlito that has do you have a show, Carlito? Is that you? D-Truth, I'll post that comment on there. There is nothing new under the sun. Ecclesiastes, that's there's nothing new. Nothing is new. It's all been done before and it'll all be done again. And circle of life, rebirth, and death, whatever. The Hindus believe that Brahman dies and then he's reborn in the age of Satya Yuga. That's interesting too. Miguel Guedes says there is a city in the Sierra that's called Zura. Now, I've heard of that, but I didn't know it was called that. I thought it was called something else. It apparently can be found after a sandstorm. What if it's like Albion, where the sandstorm is a gateway to another? Yeah, I know that the sand demons, sand devils, whatever you want to call them, the Shin, they will come up out of the sand and attack people. And there is like an Arabian legend. There's books about it, but they're from the Middle East, and I don't think any of them were ever published in the West. But I have a lot of Arabic friends and Hebrew friends, and they've shown me things about the Dibuk, the Shadim, which is the Jewish version, and the Shkiat, and the what do you call them? The Jinn, but there's another name for them, whatever. The Shaitan. They're all different, but they are all the same. And it's weird because they're like neighbors. And in those religions, you'll find those beings, particularly in the Kabbalah. And then for the Muslims, it's the Hadiths. World's not cut and dry like we think it is. I do believe that there's one world that's like on a floating plate and another one. Probably true. I don't even think I believed that 2 weeks ago. And now I'm starting to think that could possibly be correct. I don't know. The flat earth, people try to talk about the flat earth. I know it sounds insane, but if you were to go to the book of Enoch, you will see that it's very much talking about what could be a flat earth. That's interesting, Dennis. Read that comment, folks. Yeah, Rebecca Oliver says Plato said there's nothing new under the sun. It's interesting because a lot Ecclesiastes, which is, the ecclesiastical whatever, which was a lot of it was following the Greek. And I'm going to do some research on Ecclesiastes too, because you realize that the Jewish, the rabbis didn't want to put it in the Old Testament. They didn't want to make it part of canon anyway, of Jewish scripture, which is where a lot of the Old Testament is. It's really just a loose confederation of books that detail Jewish literature and history. That's really what it is. And there's a lot missing. And there's still books that are left to be undiscovered. And I'm not joking. I really believe that. And I'm going to tell you this. Ecclesiastes almost didn't make the cut because it was very we'll talk about it again. I don't want to get into it today, but I will bring it up and I will talk about Ecclesiastes and what I know about it. Okay. Another thing too, when you look at Paul, A lot of that is just letters that he wrote, and people like thought, oh, this is interesting. He wrote this letter, let's turn it into a part of the Bible, which is odd to me because in some of it, he's like complaining about somebody like a blacksmith or something. And it's like, I don't even know, what does that have to do with anything? Like it's the stuff that they left in the Bible is, it's not wrong, but it's incomplete. And I tell you this with all sincerity, the Catholic Church, I'm not attacking anybody who's Catholic, but during the Council of Nicaea, they really, really boned us because they took things out of the Bible which never should have been taken out. And now I'm moving really slow. How am I looking here? Can y'all hear me good? Shoot. That one guy, that's a very good question. That's also a loaded one. That's the problem that I have up and down with the Old Testament is that it was written and used by people that they don't believe in Christ or his divinity. So we have a problem there. There's a fundamental difference. Same thing with Islam. I don't subscribe to Islam because they don't believe that Jesus was the Son of God. They don't believe they believe he was just a great prophet. I mean, if you study it though, they revere him as the greatest prophet because he actually is the one that's going to come back and pass judgment on everybody. They got that part, but they don't believe that he's the Son of God. He's not divine, and that's a major problem for me because I do believe he was divine. D Truth, I'm going to post your comment right there, and it says Genesis speaks nothing about a big bang billions of years ago. Who do you trust, God or man? Do you trust the men that wrote the book? I mean, I don't think that it's the way that they say it is. I can tell you that. Yeah, and Martin Luther, war criminal, what they should have done during the Reformation is put a lot of those books back, and they didn't. So they really just followed the Catholic, blueprint, which was not correct. We can get into a religious discussion any day of the week. I don't want to do that. So, D Truth, let me ask you this. And do you have a podcast too? I'm wondering if not a podcast, but are you a YouTuber? Because the name sounds familiar. Don't lie. That's good, Lauren. Lauren says that a lot of them are coming to Jesus. That's a good thing. And Bernard Fox, don't have a lot of time right now to talk about Wormwood because in about 10, 15 minutes, 20, we guess we got 20 minutes. I guess we could. It's going to make the waters bitter and all that. So here's what I'm going to say about Genesis, D Truth. I'm going to tell you this. The book of Job predates it. Period. I don't put a lot of stock in Genesis, and it's the main argument for a lot of people, but it is a lot of confusion, and then there's whole religions that have split because of their belief in Genesis one way or the other. And in fact, one of the fundamentalist wackos that's after me right now, he goes around judging everybody. He's basing everything on Genesis. Doesn't even believe that Job predates it. That's just the truth. I'm not here to be a Bible scholar. Okay. So there's that. Yep. That one guy, Chernobyl, is Russian for wormwood. We can do a show about it. I can do some research on it because I know quite a bit, but I don't want to sit here and say and then get it wrong. And then we have a big old to do because my enemies would love nothing more than be like, your Turner was wrong. You say some mean things. And I'm like, who cares? But that's what they'll do. They'll lampoon me and roast me and cook me. Weird stories, really weird stories. I got one more for you before we get out of here. D Truth says Bible is our main source. That's up to you if you want to follow blind faith. I guess that's true. Tara Beatty says I met a guy rewriting the Bible to justify his crimes. Doesn't everybody? That's what they do. So let me ask you this, folks. Of the 500 people that are here, what do you guys want to hear about? Because I can talk about just about any subject, and I get reports on just about everything you can think of. And me and Anthony and Tony were going through them the other day, and we were like, we got so many things we got to get out, dude. I mean, I'm not going in order of in any real order or importance, anything like that. Somebody asked me that. James, James P. You messaged me asking me about, an order of importance because you gave me a story, and I said your story is not any less important than anyone else's. It just depends on the topic, and I go through and I find the stories that we're going to discuss about that topic. Tonight, it was just interesting that we were, I saw some things going on in the chat, questions being asked, things being talked about, and Blondes and Booze, and I thought, why not do an impromptu show and bring you some information and talk about a couple stories that involve the eclipses, and I have a couple more too. One guy, this is a weird story. Now, there's what I'm going to tell you. This happened in the suburbs of San Francisco. And it's actually a very pretty place, and I've been there, Foster City. It's a very clean city, unlike its neighbor, San Francisco, which is just gross. Not a big fan of the way that they run things there. That's not, it's not very Christian, I can tell you that. Joanne says she has a question about the show Blondes and Booze. Go ahead and ask it. Area Trans says, I want to know more about dark forest or city encounters. Well, here's one right here. Anyway, this guy, he lived in Foster City, and he goes, I was walking my dog. And he goes, and I've heard you talk about, and this guy's name, we'll call him Jay. He's like, I've heard you talk about on your show about the city of night. And he goes, and this isn't a real long story, but I think it's pertinent to what we're talking about. He goes, and I was turning the corner. And he goes, of my apartment complex, there's this tall building right next to it. He goes, it's broad daylight. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. And he says, and I remember thinking, and it was weird. He goes, I was actually thinking about your show. It was weird. I was thinking you're about to come on at 8 o'clock. This was recent, just like a couple of weeks ago. And it was a Saturday show, and he wanted to watch. He watches the Saturday shows where we talk a lot about weird things, aliens, and Bible theology, all kinds of stuff. And he said, dude, he goes, I turned the corner, and it was like everything went dark. He's like, this was no dream. This was no alien abduction. There wasn't anything like that. He goes, everything went dark. It was dark temporarily for about a few seconds. And I thought there must be an eclipse. He says, and the weirdest thing happened to me. He said, I looked down and I'm not walking my dog. I was holding a leash, Josh Turner, he tells me. He says, I was holding a leash, Josh. And I look down and there is no dog. He's like, and I go back upstairs to my apartment. He goes, and there's my dog. Weird. He goes, what do you think happened? He's like, and what do you think is going to happen with this eclipse that's coming up? And I told him, he asked me, do you think it's related to what's about to happen with the eclipse? I said, I can't tell you that. And I don't know what happened to your dog. And I don't know why you were walking the dog and then the sun went black temporarily. And then the next thing you know, your dog is gone. Luckily for you, the dog was still upstairs. He seems like he loves his dog and he's attached to the animal, which I can understand that. I'm an animal lover. I love animals. I have a lot of them. And, I'm close to my animals. They're like part of the family. Joanne, if you have the question, pose it. War criminals comment. He says, D-Truth, I'm with you, bro. People always discuss different topics here. It's ultimately up to everyone on what they choose to take away from it. Masochist Mouse, Will o' the Wisps, that's basically, they're like orbs. I mean, that's just another way to call them, which is what they are. And JD Smooth says, have you seen the wolves in Chernobyl? I haven't been to Chernobyl, but I've seen them what they are. They're mutated, yes. Yeah, the Immortals is really cool, but we don't have any more stories for that. If you guys can find me some stories on Immortals, I'd be glad to tell them. Joanne Hartnett, that's a good question. She says, has any of the stories you have received where people told you of a Bigfoot or a dogman getting into a home, did the homeowners have a crucifix in their home? I don't know. I never asked about a crucifix. Now I've asked them about Bibles. And yeah. And there's not a ton of them getting into their homes, like not breaking in, but you mean like showing up as a shadow type being, or like a kind of like what Carter Bashart was showing tonight on Blondes and Booze? It was like a dog man that was like appearing. Let me see what I can do about this, the way I'm moving on here. It is so bad. I don't know, man. That's weird, dude. I mean,
I have to turn the green screen off. Probably it is.
the green screen?
Probably.
Well, turn it off.
Go to somewhere.
Hold on 1 second.
Go to.
Post your questions in all caps.
Processing power.
Okay, so maybe I can move better now. We turned the green screen off. So that's what it looks like. And we have actually a bigger one that we're going to try and use at the studio. But this computer is not going to be able to run that. So that's another reason why we need help to get what we need. We need a bigger, more powerful computer for here. So I don't have to go to the studio every time I need to do a show, because that stops me from being able to do these impromptu shows like we got tonight. If I had to go to the studio, I wouldn't have done it. So we need a better camera too. So we need a better camera and a computer to run this. We're running this with a laptop. And although it was powerful when I bought it, it's probably not as powerful now, because they go. So thank you for everybody who's donated and been helping lately, so we can achieve this and get this stuff and do more. Because I'm dead serious. I want to go out and do more research out in the field. Morgan, that's a good question. Check out this. There's a bunch of good questions here. Any encounters of people being pulled under in lakes? Yes. In fact, the Caspian Sea, and my wife wrote a song about it, the Mermaids Call. It's literally about the Caspian Sea, because the song goes, Sirens of the Caspian Sea. Yeah. Because it is a giant inland lake, and I think it's the largest. I want to say it's the largest lake in the world, or that might be Lake Superior. But I know that there's one of those two. They're very big, and Caspian Sea is considered a sea, but it's completely landlocked. So yeah, it's really weird. Because supposedly the legends are those countries that border the lake borders, they claim that these beings will grab sailors and take them down to the underworld, literally take them to hell. So what do we got here? Any stories about strange fog? Yes. Definitely yes. Strange fog. Definitely got stories about that. Not anything that I can think off the top of my head that I could just bust out with and tell you, but definitely yes, there is. Eyes are burning, hurting. Yep, Sailor Nemesis, I agree. God is the only one capable of creating new life. Anything else is a warped or perverse copy. But a lot of people think that's what we are. That's why we're so perverted and warped. You know? Dark Corner Media, the Yoruba religion. The Yoruba religion from Africa is what you're talking about, right? And no, I don't know much about it. I know there's a language. I thought it was some sort of like small tribe or sect from Nigeria. What their religion is, I don't know, but I would hazard to guess if there is a religion attached to it, it's probably an offshoot of the Fulani Muslim religion. Somebody wants to look that up, we can talk about it. We'll look up religion. So it is the language. They're people. It says the Yoruba religion can be described as a complex form of polytheism with a supreme but distant creator force encompassing the whole universe. That's kind of accurate in some ways. It also says, though, that while many Yoruba people are today Christian or Muslim, the Yoruba people also have an indigenous religion known as Isis or Asisi. Did not know that. It's a blend of indigenous beliefs, myths, and legends, proverbs, and songs, all influenced by the cultural and social context of the western portion of Africa. I learned something today. Did not know all that. Awesome. Bryce Edwards, Josh, is your copy of Inhumanoids on that show behind you? Yes, it is. It's over there somewhere. But I have several copies, but that's the one with the old cover that's worth like $1,200 or something like that. Do I remember where I got my pen that I had it made? That's probably accurate. War Criminal says the cross without Christ on it is just a symbol of an execution device. This, though, it is very Catholic, though, to have that right there. But I'm not Catholic. But that is it's got the Saint Benedict, which is the same as on my chest. Right there. I'll keep it front and center. Right next to Longinus. You know who Longinus was? Tell me who Longinus was. He was the one that pierced Christ's side with the spear of destiny. When the blood hit his face, he fell to his knees and said, "Truly, this man is the Son of God." Thank you for that donation, War Criminal. That's a yes to your statement, Josh, with what Carter was talking about. Bring me up to speed here. Joel Burgess says, I've had a few problems with skinwalkers the last few months over in the UK. Danes Dyke. Why? How do you know they're skinwalkers? Rita Burnett. Thank you for that donation, Rita. Jeez Louise. Always coming through. So Awesome people. Really good people. Tyler Guerin, Bob Gimlin has an account of Bigfoot digging up several statues of angels in person's yard in Montana, but the yard used to be a hog wallow. Is that true? Never heard of that. Yeah, Brooke Fuselier, there's people that believe that the Caspian Sea is bottomless. There was a guy, okay, and this is I'll tell you a quick story here about this. There was a guy named Yusuf who actually his last name was Gogol. Oh, don't tell me that. Like, it's a weird name. And I believe he was from Azerbaijan. Let me see if I can look, because this is a cool story. You're going to want to hear this. This looks weird behind me, right? This weird green. Just pretend like there's a Bigfoot arm wrestling and a merman behind me there, guys. Oh, Bigfoot's winning. Let's see here. I'm going to look this up really quickly. Bear with me, folks. So the countries that border it, I know Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan, but Turkmenistan is another one. Iran, Russia, they all border the Caspian Sea. And this story that I was going to tell you, though, I was thinking it was Turkey, but I wasn't sure. I knew it wasn't that. I knew it was one of those stands. But Turkmenistan is one of those countries. And the story that I'm about to tell you, there was a guy named Gogolani or something like that. He was a Kurdish guy, and he worked on a freighter. And his name was Yusuf, and he was Islamic originally. He was Islamic. And he said that he got really drowsy one night when he was working on this ship. This was given to me, like somebody told me that they read this story. So this was given to me by a guy that goes by Fox, Firefox. I don't know his real name. That's what he goes by. And he's given me a few stories, different people. And this was one that I just looked at and read like maybe Monday, which was like 2 days. Oh man, what is this? Thursday? Holy crap, this is Thursday. This is what I'm talking about. Time is flying. So this is Thursday night. This would have been like Monday. I was just looking at it on Monday. So it was about 3 days ago. And it's weird because we were talking about, because the mermaid song had come out, and I was looking up some different stuff about that. Stories, the legends of the Caspian Sea. So it's interesting that we were talking about it. And this guy, Firefox, who's given me a few stories because he's spelled as a merchant marine in some of these places, and one of them was the Caspian Sea. And so this guy named Yusuf, let me make sure I get this name right. I don't want to butcher this crap, dude. My eyes are burning. Okay. I remember the guy's name was Yosef Gogoliani. Okay. So this guy was a sailor on one of these ships, and he says he got really drowsy. And this didn't happen like a long time ago. This was last year during Ramadan. And so he said the dude, he fell overboard. Get this. He was in the water and he drowned. But he was grabbed and basically lifted up out of the water, and he was saved by two female. I mean, let's just say it. They were mermaids. That's what they were. There's no other way to describe this. And so Yusuf, he says, then he was taken. He was kind of put into like this weird bubble. And the bubble was like a sponge that enveloped his whole body. And he was taken down, 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 down. And then he was being pushed into a hole going into the ground. And as he started to go into this hole, he came to. He became conscious. And he realized, because there was a spirit, like something that was floating around him in circles. It was circling him so fast. He goes, it was making me dizzy. And this thing was talking to him, basically telling him that you're going to a bad place. And it told him to call out to God. Now, you got to remember, this guy was a Muslim. This was last year during Ramadan. And he cried out to Allah. And this is no knock on anybody who's Islamic. And I'm not saying that this is proof that Christianity is correct or anything like that. This is what I was told. And this guy who I've come to know he's told me a few stories about the sea and the ocean and things like that. And I was on a freighter one time and I went to another continent, and I can tell you, he knows a lot about ships. This guy's not wrong. This story, I don't know. But this guy, this Kurdish dude, he was told, hey, you're heading to the underworld. You died. Wake up. This ball of light that was zipping around him. And then, as he's starting to enter into the mouth of this cave or whatever it was, this is in the Caspian Sea, right? Near the border of Turkmenistan. And he said that these two creatures began to swipe at this ball of light, trying to get it to leave. They noticed it. They saw it. And one of them came out with this weird looking spear with these two little prongs and tried to like stab it, but they couldn't get rid of it. And he said eventually it burrowed into the cocoon, as he called it, and it was inside of it with him. And it said that you are now going into the underworld. This is not a story that hasn't been told before. This is not something unique. This is not something that we have not heard before. This is what happens. And apparently that is why people claim that these beings take you to hell, because this has happened before. And even right down to the same details, I've heard other versions of this. There was a guy who claimed that he fell off of a ship while they were fishing. Same thing. These creatures grabbed him and tried to take him down. They cocooned him and tried to push him into these holes that had this steam coming out of them. And he believes he was going to hell. Well, that story, I think I read it on Reddit or something like that, which is a terrible place to go, believe me, folks. But I wanted some sort of confirmation of these other stories because I had heard other ones before. There was another guy who had given me a story about the Caspian Sea. His name was Xavier. And I've done a whole show where we talked about mer creatures, and the Caspian Sea was one of them that was featured. But anyway, back to Yusuf. What happened with Yusuf, he was being taken down into the underworld. And what ended up happening, he was awakened by this like ball of light. It was really a spirit telling him, look, dum-dum, you're going to hell. And it told him to repent. And he started to cry out to Allah. Nothing happened. Eventually, he was told to repent and do it in the name of Jesus and cry out to God. Didn't say Allah anything. He said God. Allah is actually the name that Arabs call God, although it's also the moon god, but they chose that because they used the lunar calendar and they chose that as the name for God. Okay, I'm not here to judge. I'm just telling you, and I don't agree with it. I don't believe that. It's not the way I believe. But people who do, that's their belief. I'm not going to disrespect them, whatever. But this guy did this. But nothing happened. And then finally, this thing said last chance. And then it just departed from him. And he said he felt like God had abandoned him because he believes that was an angel of the Lord. And then he said, okay, O Son of God, speaking the Arabic name of Jesus, and he asked for help. Just when he was about to abandon all hope, this bubble burst and he shot up like a rocket out into he said it was like so fast, like the pressure should have killed him. He said he was way up in the air and he looked down and he could see the ocean. And it was like he was so far up, he goes, I can't imagine how high up I was. And he goes, and my friends on the ship, they saw me and they pointed. And so they got down on this little raft that they had and they started zipping over there. They rode it over there to where he was at. And they claimed him. They got him. Boom. Took him back on the ship and he told them this wild tale of drowning, being saved by these creatures only to be drugged down to who knows what. probably an awful existence as a slave or whatever. Who knows? Or to be eaten. Or there's another story that I was given by this guy Xavier. I was telling you what happened to him. He was taken down into the underworld, and he was put. But this wasn't the Caspian Sea, folks. This was in the Atlantic Ocean, and he fell off of an oil rig, and he hit his head, and he should have been dead. That should have been the end of it, but he was dragged down by these creatures that were trolled by sharks. And the weird story he tells, and I've read this one on the email. Basically, he was taken down into the underworld, and then when he got there, there was dry, and he could see out of this cave that he was in, there was like a water wall right there. And he was like, "What is that?" And they go, "That's the ocean, your ocean." But there was more water down inside of it, which takes you down further into the whatever, which they said if you dive down far enough, you go into this underworld. And there were these fish-like creatures, beings, like humanoidal beings. I shouldn't even be telling this story because this should be another episode for our show. So I'm going to stop right there because you're going to have to tune in when we do that episode because I'm about to do another one. But I'll tell you what happened to Xavier. Very weird, wild stuff. So he claims that happened in the North Sea. I mean, if you sit there and you read these stories and you talk to these people, and it just another one. I just got this one today. Check this one out. I'm going to look it up real quick. Just give you an example of what we got coming up. This guy, I'll say his first name, Dean. I won't say his last name because I don't have permission. But Dean sends me this about his near-death experience. Over a 15-day period. So you get these weird stories. They come in all the time. What's to be made of them? Who knows? I'm not here to pass judgment or tell people that they should or should not be having these experiences. All I do is watch and relay. As my colleague and dear friend, Christopher Gitano says, I'm just an astronaut. I'm observing, and I report it. I'm not here to pass judgment on you, although I know I have said some things about some of the people who've given me stories. You go back to the story about Petra. I did become frustrated with Agnes. She was frustrating to continue to make mistakes and then make excuses for those mistakes. I also didn't necessarily believe everything that Gerald and Joe were telling me because it just didn't sound like the same to me, what I've been taught. But I had to realize that this is their truth. This is what they're believing. And they are more versed in this because they lived it. Who am I to say that that's not what happened? But I did tell that part of it. There were some things that I couldn't talk about on YouTube. Maybe I can talk about on Rumble. But I can't just go up and say, you know what? There was just blam, 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 because YouTube will be like, oh, really? And that's it. Pull the plug. You're done. So you can't just spout off any old crap. You have to be careful. You got to pick your shots. And another thing, too, about what they were telling me is that, yeah, there was some things that I didn't totally agree with. Like, I don't think the earth is flat, or at least I don't. I mean, I'm not going to say it's not, because I know what that comes with. If you say that, and if you believe it or you don't believe it, if you go around telling people that, there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to nail you, and they're going to attack you, and they're going to use all kinds of science or whatever. And it doesn't matter what you say, you'll be labeled as a crazy heretic. But for me, what does it matter? I've already been labeled a heretic anyway. And people are just angry because their IQ is at 163. That's all. That's all it is. I'm just being a smartass. De Carlito, you're right. Careful. Still have to use discernment because dreams, some are of the Holy Spirit and then some aren't. No, that's true. I agree with that. I had some dreams where I thought, that's a dream. Don't try to trick me, you know. And then I wake up and I'm like, wait a minute, was I dreaming? Am I dreaming right now? Am I even awake? I don't even know. We in reality? In what reality? I'm just messing around. Thank you for the likes. Please, everybody, hit the like button. Thank you to everybody who donated. I appreciate it. Now is the time for me. There's 530 people in the chat. Are you enjoying the show? Should we keep going or should we end it? And if a bunch of people want to drop out and go to sleep, tell me now, and I can make a decision whether I finish talking about this crazy stuff or we know. Because I was thinking I may not be able to do the show on Saturday, and I'm thinking I will be able to. I'm pretty sure, but I just realized because we're having an Easter on Saturday, and I don't know if I'm going to make it back in time. But I would have to reschedule everything, and then I would have to do it on Sunday night, which means that the stories I was going to tell would have to be done at a different time. And of course, we have a guest on tomorrow. So it's, he's going to have the floor for some stuff. I can't just start, you know what? That's great that you're here, but let me go ahead and tell some stories, man. All right. Sorry, buddy. No, that's not how this works. So I thought about that too. I'm going to post this comment and see what people think of that. Read that comment, folks. What do you think of that? Takes balls to say that because I don't even know what I believe about that. I can tell you that right now. I am like on the fence with that one. I don't know, man. The reason that I'm on the fence, and I had somebody that messaged me, and he's a scientist. And now I'll say this. Devin, I like you. I think you're a great guy, but I disagree with you. And he says that if I do believe that, he says it's based on nothing. And I told him that's not true. It's biblical. Not only that, but it's also pilots, ship captains. And I've interviewed at least half a dozen of each who've told me they believe in the flat earth. When you get to a certain level and you start talking about these things, you catch people's attention. And I do sometimes when I get a chance, I will go into the chats of bigger shows talking to people every now and then, and somebody will say something. I got recognized the other day in the comments section of someone's show, which I said, hey, good show, blah, blah, blah. And the person says, you're Josh Turner. I was like, yeah, from Paranormal Roundtable. Well, this guy says, I want to tell you something, blah, blah, blah. And then he started giving me all this information. That's kind of how it works. And I'm also in a lot of groups. And I used to do a lot more, be a lot more active in those groups because I used to have to hustle up stories. And then it got to where so many people were pouring in the stories that I did not need to go in those groups and do it anymore. But I still do because it's just a habit. And of course, everybody knows that Facebook is where you go to talk to the intelligent people and argue. And I'll go into those groups and they'll be like, you're crazy. And I'm getting it from both sides. The Christian fundamentalists are saying, you're not following the Bible because of Genesis, me, little. And they go on this crusade against me. And then I get it from the atheists because they're like in those groups. And then you get the people that are the Anunnaki. I call them the freaking idiot squad that believe everything that Sitchin says. And I don't. And they're like, yeah, well, Zechariah Sitchin says, yeah, Zechariah Sitchin stitched a bunch of stuff together. You should have called him Zechariah stitching it all together because that's what he did. And then I heard somebody today, I'm not going to say his name, but he was all like, well, the Sumerian tablets were 1,000 years before whatever the Bible. So what? And I was like, I was listening to this guy, and it was on another friend of mine's show. I don't want to be rude, but I was like, what do you mean, so what? Like he just kind of like threw it out there, like, and trivialized it real quick, and I was like, that's not a so what. That's kind of a big deal if that's, because they are much older than the Bible, and so one came before the other. That doesn't mean that the Bible isn't correct, but that means that they both could be correct. The Bible was copying it, saying, hey, this is what happened. But I don't know. Anyway, it depends, man. It's on you. Jamie says, I'm up for a few hours, graveyard shift. Not everybody is. You know, we have some people already dropping out here. Somebody says, I am good to stay longer unless you need to go to bed or something. I don't need to go to bed. I don't go to bed till 7 in the morning, and then I get up at noon. Yeah, I do that all the time because I'm a bad A. Okay. I just like to goof off. Joanne says, Josh, do what you have to do. We love you, Joanne. You're a good person. You seem like a really sweet person. D Truth says, agree, Earth is flat and still. Don't say that. They're listening. They're in the walls. I don't know, man. There's some weird, wild stuff out there, man. I'm gonna post this on there. Let just people that's what D Truth says. Let's let him have what he's just, we'll put it out there. You hear that? I hope somebody's playing around like that. Come on now. That's the bathroom. What the hell? The bathroom is on that wall. Okay. I'm being dead serious on that. Somebody joking around? Where's everybody at? It's problem with living in a big house. I don't know where the hell everybody's at. I know they were going to be in the garage, which is over here. The garage is huge. It's like half the size of my damn house.
You said it was in the walls.
Okay, so that was you. So stop, okay? Because that's the bathroom. So you went in the bathroom shower to bang on the wall. Way to go. And then you got me all freaked out in front of my listeners. Stop messing with me when I'm cleaning my room. I'm trying to talk to my friends. You got me. You got me because my wife did that, folks. Okay, that really did freak me out because I was like, "What is this? What's going on here?" I didn't even know you. I didn't even know you were listening. I saw you posting. I just was like, "Okay, she must have just started." No, she's on there. What's up, Garitano? I see you're still awake. Look at this, kiss for Garitano. I was just talking about you. As Barton says in the Bible, it's called science, so-called fiction. Yeah. People like to say all kinds of stuff. Garitano, what are you doing up still? Why are you up so late over here? People over here just showing up. So this thing about the Caspian Sea, it's very weird. Now, what I did was I did a deep dive, no pun intended, because it is considered to be one of the deepest lakes in the world. And I had a lot of Firefox is somebody who I've known for since 2021. And he started messaging me. He has a name. I'm not going to say it, but he goes by Firefox. He doesn't come into the chat. He doesn't talk on the chats or whatever. But he is very, very well versed in oceanic whatever, and has a lot of stories about that. He was born and raised in Pretoria, South Africa, and he has had a very interesting upbringing. His mother was black, his dad was white, and so he has been through all kinds of stuff. Believe me. So he's a very interesting guy. But he gives me some information every now and then. He'll hook me up with somebody who tells me a crazy story, like Yusuf. And that's funny because on this show I've talked to like my friend Yusuf, who's given me lots of people to talk to, and then this guy who gives me people to talk to, and he gives me to talk to a guy named Yusuf, which is weird. So you got all these weird synchronicities that go on. Yeah, I'm going to post this comment up there. Yes, Jamie, I agree. Reality is so whack. That is the absolute truth. So when you start looking into some of these accounts of people going into the water and literally drowning, they die. And then they get transported to the underworld. And it's very similar, like what happened with Xavier, which, if you remind me, folks, I'll tell you that story on Sunday if we're there on Sunday. I'm hoping to be there on Sunday, and I will let everybody know a schedule. So, no, Penny Van, she says there's a house full of animals and people. Wolf, I bet there's sounds 24/7. I don't know what's going on because it's silent here right now. There's like no sound, like nothing. Like the animals must be all sleeping or something. And there's 3 people off tonight, so I don't know where they are. I know Tony's on post, but I think Stefan is here, and I think Anthony's here, and Nellie's here. I don't know why everybody's so quiet, dude. I don't know what's going on. Usually there's somebody. I thought they were going to be working in the garage, like we were supposed to, because there's a bunch of stuff in there that's just cluttering up my beautiful garage. See, my brother's still up. What's going on, D? So if there's anything anybody wants to talk about, throw out a subject and I'll see what I got. And if I don't have something, well, I don't. D Truth you're very active tonight. It says Josh, giant disease is called acromegalia. Do you think that could be a John? Do you need to pass it down? Yes, possibly. That could be it. Chris, tell us about your projects. What do you got going on, man? Me and Chris ought to just start doing like a late night show together. Me and Chris Garitano, yeah, just make a show where because he's like me, I work late and then I get done, and then I got things I got to do. See, D Truth, that's where the difference is. He says Satan is the original. I'll post that comment. Y'all read that. See what you think of that. D, your eyes are burning too, brother? Oh, mine are. See, that's the thing. Jai C. Ban. If the Earth is flat, would there really be an inner Earth or hollow Earth? Absolutely. Why not? I mean, it would be even more of the reason. Exactly. Flat doesn't mean thin. D says Peta Earth. Oh. So, what do y'all think of D Truth's comment there? So the Vampire Confessions video, I just saw that right now. It got 24,000 views. So that's pretty good. Like a week and a half, not bad. Hummus Earth. I love hummus. It's great. I could eat that stuff all day. It's really good stuff. Yeah. So that's a subject that we can talk about. We can bring Carter on the show. I'm going to set up a show with him and Adam. I think I just it hit me while we were on the show earlier with Bonds and Booze, and I thought, why not bring on him and Carter Bashar? Carter Bashar and Adam Davies, maybe Chad Lewis, or Kevin, Chad's partner that he goes and works with. or Barton is a third wheel, you know, somebody to get on there and we can all mix it up. I think that it would be a good show. We could talk about some very interesting subjects when it comes to Bigfoot, getting into it from the paranormal perspective. Adam looks at things a little more. He's very cool though. Him and Ken Garrett are both, even though they're a little more aperish, they are open. That's the good thing. Chad is very much like me, and so is Carter, and so is Barton. So if we did that, it'd be kind of like an echo chamber. But we could throw Ken on there and see if Ken will do it, you know, and say, "Look, dude, come on." And but I don't want to just have Ken on there because then it would be better to probably have Ken and Adam. What do y'all think? We get Kim, Adam, and what's his face, Carter on. That might be a better fix. Not throwing Barton out or anything like that, but Barton, I already know his stance and what he's going to say. But I'd be interested to hear what Adam and Ken would say in relation to me and Carter. So it could be me and Carter taking on Adam and Ken in the friendly debate. I'll see what they say, but give me your ideas and your thoughts. Maybe we can, you know, because if I brought on Barton 2, then it would be like, 3-on-2, you know. That's another one, another weird thing, because we were talking earlier about the green people. The story that Kenny and Lisa told me is very interesting in the way that that the people under the earth were green. I don't always hear that, but it's a weird thing, dude. Um, Joanne Hartnett, they do create the demons. They do. that's not that's not bullcrap. I mean, they actually create just like we create children. People are so shocked that that there could be somebody else that created life. We create life all the time. Animals create life, but we can actually clone people. So, I mean, I don't understand how this is such a hard thing to grasp and understand. I mean, it's like people are just like, that can't happen. It's like, and then they go on these damn crusades because they don't know jack about anything. The truth be told, though, is that there's a lot of weird stuff out there, man. I'm sorry, but people just cannot grasp. They don't grasp it. Oh, man. But anyway, there's 500 people here. Give me a topic and let's talk. I mean, are we gonna talk about something? Are we gonna? Nobody's giving me a topic here. Admiral Richard Byrd. I mean, we all know what he did. He went to Antarctica and saw another world. I mean, that's okay. Hmm. Hmm. What's going on with the Mad Max bums or the cannibal bums? I don't know. I have to check with Scorpio about that. He's the one dealing with them. He did say that they were camping out closer and closer to his site. I don't know what's going on with that. He's got his job to do, but he's also been told by me to go and find out what he can do with these people if they're willing to talk.
Did you find the button?
Yeah, I did it. But tell her, yeah, sure. Somebody says, Josh, what do you think about L.A. Marzulli? About L.A. Marzulli said the great description. What? I'm not understanding that. You coming in to talk? Sure, of course. Somebody asked the other day why you're never on the show, and I was like, it's our choice. I don't know if they can hear you. Let's see if the microphones are moved over a little bit. Speak and see if they can hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
Can y'all hear Nellie?
I'll say something. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm not kidding. Yeah, they can. They're saying yes.
I can change the setting of the mic so it picks up both of you.
Oh,
I haven't used this mic in a while and started
I like
using
that
it
mic.
here. That was the one we used to use at the studio.
All right. So they should be able to hear both of you.
I forgot about that. I was just hoping that everybody would say no and Nellie would go away. I don't want to share the spotlight with nobody. I should be alone to myself and have this as my show. I love you.
okay, I'm out.
I'm messing with you.
No, they were talking about CERN and
Oh, D Truth said something that you talk about. Josh, thoughts about the chained angel in the cave in the Euphrates River?
the river, the 4 angels that are chomping at the bit to be released. They're counting down to the very second to be released on us. But they were talking about CERN and the flat Earth.
I'm gonna turn the camera off for just a second. You want to take over for just a second?
I don't know if you can still hear me.
I'm gonna go grab something to drink. They can
Yeah,
hear you. They
please.
can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead and talk.
Well, I had a thought about the CERN, and I don't know if you are familiar with the pond Earth theory, but I was thinking, and the Mandela effect, and it could probably tie it together. Is like when they turn CERN on, it could cause like a shaking to where, and it would work for either people who believe in the flat Earth or the globe Earth, because it works for both. And whenever they turn it on, it could cause timelines or like colliding. It would shake it to where it would come apart and then create 2, so that you would have more universes popping out everywhere every time they turn it on, and they would be running parallel with each other, and then that would cause like the Mandela effect, because it would be shaking and vibrating our existence, our world. And I don't know what you guys think about that. I'll read the comments now. Yes, Rich, like vibrations, like severe vibrations. Hi, Diane. Yes, it is. And it could also cause the manned animals, because it's messing with our structure, our cellular structure, and it could be causing these animals to be created that we're just now starting to see. Yes, Mark, our voices do have power. We speak and things can happen. God spoke the world into existence. Hey, honey. I don't know if I explained that.
I don't even know what you were saying. I
I
wasn't
was
listening.
talking about whenever I told you about like when they turned CERN on, how it would vibrate the world and it would cause like things to collide, and maybe that created the man animals, and it would create the Mandela effect, and it would create like the pond Earth, like other Earths, and they would. That's why I was in all that stuff. What do you think? I'm not very good at it.
When you're talking about with CERN,
Yeah.
well, yeah, but I think that there's a lot of different worlds within worlds.
Yeah, and it's creating more. So it's creating ones that aren't unnatural.
Oh yeah, CERN is causing a lot of problems, and if CERN exists in our world, it exists in the other worlds. So does that make sense? I don't know.
Yeah, it could create those creatures too, Rich. Because there were certain cryptids that were known, and now we're seeing different types of cryptids more and more, right?
Yeah. Yes, Nelly is still afraid of the camera.
Yes, Jules, it's creating the multiple verses of the world.
Let's get up to speed here. What are you drinking, Lolita? I'm drinking a kombucha. It's a cosmic kombucha called the Grateful Red. It's really good.
Cosmic. Perfect.
It's really good. It's a good drink. I like it.
Oh, they're good. They're really good. And they're healthy. Claim your destiny, I think. Wait, no, I'm Lolita. She says, I think music can enchant people. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing, folks. We're trying to enchant y'all so you'll watch more paranormal round two. So you'll watch more paranormal roundtable, because that's what our music is doing to people. Don't you know how evil we are? We're over here doing all kinds of stuff.
Possibility, yeah. It could very well be the sounds, or it could be them just testing out the sounds, like what are those things going to be, the holographs that they're going to put out there.
What? What the hell are you talking
Kate
about?
Hunter.
What in the hell are you talking about, lady?
The loud sounds in the sky.
Are you crazy? If somebody gives me a topic, I can give you a story. Nelly can attest it. Freaking gnat in here or something. Damn Nazis.
That's what hurts is your music. My music hurts your ears. I'm sorry, Jules.
You said that?
I think so. Oh, hurts.
What? This is why you don't come on the show, because this is going to be a laugh fest.
I'm sorry.
I'm
I have to
kidding.
go away.
Can you give me a paper towel?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Let me go lock the door when she leaves. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. Totally going to do that. No, Nelly can attest to this. I sit in his office for hours and read people's encounters. I don't memorize some of them that I have to do for the show. But it's important. You can get up there and mess somebody's story up. It's only happened a couple times. I got people's name wrong too. There's one guy that's been messing with us, though. I told two stories. Well, it happened twice. There's one lady, I'll call her M. And the other guy's name is Eric. He didn't care if I say his name. Let me know. But Eric told me, I didn't say his name on the show. You know about this, honey. Eric's story. Like, he was one of the stories we told.
Oh, yeah.
He contacts us and he says that this guy, we didn't say his name on the show. How did this guy find him? I'm telling you, disinformation agents, man. I'm not joking. How did this dude know to find this dude? What's going on, man?
You always get me at what time is it? 2:18 a.m. I don't
You
know if I
burning
look
midnight oil
presented
with me
to
here?
your audience, but how's it going?
It's good. I had to turn my green screen off. It was bugging out, dude.
Yeah, they tend to do that,
Mm-hmm. So,
especially
Chris,
live.
what's going on with you, man? You're up late, obviously. What are you doing tonight? What's happening?
Well, I'm bouncing between A Haunting We Will Go, which is the first episode of my new docu-series that's made independently outside of the network system, because I don't think I'll ever make a series with them again unless they give me final cut. But I am working on a huge network project, which is a series of movies that'll last probably the next decade. And we're starting with a 4-hour mini-series. I'll try to tell you what I can. I'm kind of sworn to secrecy by contract, but
Okay.
with a
Well,
big
don't get yourself
network.
in trouble.
Nah, I mean, this is our late night chat. We're okay. It's a big network, big stars. The names that are being thrown around right now, I'm excited about. Somebody that's in some fantastic movies, but he was also the star of this is a Marvel show that was on that. I think he's a great actor, and we're getting close to getting him and a few other people, but it's kind of a dream come true, this thing, because it's something that I pitched to the network in 2020 and was close to getting greenlit, and then because of the pandemic was shut down, and now it's happening. So this is exciting.
I know you've been working really hard, and you and I talk quite a bit. We talk pretty regularly. I'd say we're pretty good friends. And I mentioned something the other day about you and I doing something, but you've been so busy, and I've been super. We just both are so busy. But
Well, this new project is only going to help everything else come to fruition, because now I'll have the resources to fortify White Phosphorus Pictures, Off to the Witch, all of the above, because all of that I do all that myself outside of the network system. But now this is going to be an ongoing series of movies that, unlike my TV shows, I was 7 months straight on the road for Strange World, and it almost killed me. I was in every scene. And in this case, I'm not going to be in any scene. I'm behind the scenes. I'm making a movie with this group, and it's going to be refreshing to not have to dance in front of the camera outside of my own independent docuseries. So, and that's made on my own time. I'll make one of those specials a year. I'm about quality over quantity all the time. I'm a chess player, man.
yeah, I think it's funny though, because like a lot of people had said that when they talk about let's talk about Strange World for a second. That's how I met you. You were in my city, and I was like, "What are you doing in my city, man?" And me and my boys rolled up on you, and you were like, "Hey, man, what's up?" And then we danced around like the Sharks and the Jets. No, I'm just kidding.
I have friends.
What is that?
The
Is that the
alien.
alien?
Yeah.
So I saw you, and it was so weird because like I said before, I was just sitting there in bed with my wife, and we were watching TV, which very little time to do that. And you came on there, and you were standing in front of one of our monuments or whatever in Austin, and I was like, "Oh, that's Austin." And then you started talking about a house that I know about, and
Yeah,
I know that area.
Yeah. The gentleman in that episode had a mirror, and he was essentially cursed, and I believed it. Like I'm very careful about sifting through each of these adventures. If anyone hasn't seen Strange World, you can check it out. I created a separate YouTube channel just so you can watch every episode for free, because the licensee in the States held on to it. It's a long story, so it's available overseas, but you can watch it for free on the Strange World YouTube channel. And the episode that Josh was talking about originally aired on Travel Channel, then it aired on Discovery Plus. And there was this guy named Mike, and he was plagued by hitchhiker type entities. And the thing that really freaked me out was the EVPs that he would record himself, or just, I don't even know if they could be considered EVPs, just general recordings while he was sleeping. The whispering that was happening and the chattering, if you were to take it into a post audio program and bring up those moments while he was sleeping, it was like they were talking about him and discussing with each other. And I've heard so many things audio that's faked, video that's faked, but this sent a chill down my spine because I really believed what he was going through. And then he tried to pass that mirror off on me, had his haunted mirror.
He told
And
me
I said,
that.
I'm not taking this mirror. What are you know, like taking cursed items? I had a hitchhiker when I was 14. I was at a friend's house and I heard this whispering. Woke up in the middle of the night to it. And then the second night I heard it at my parents' house, a different location, the same thing. So and one of the crew members, I don't know if you know, because some of it was in one of the episodes, that was genuine. Alina, she was one of my field managers, and she would not return to, I think it was Portals from Hell, the Jack Osborne show.
Yeah.
She was offered a job on that and a job on another show. She refused because of what happened on Strange World to her. I mean, she was the same type of thing. She was plagued by these things at night. So I'm very careful with haunted locations, even though I just made a whole thing about haunted locations. You know, especially if it's an alleged demonic or some kind of negative haunting. I don't even know if I want to go in there. I have no interest.
I remember Jack Osborne one time being up in Wisconsin and going to the site of the Beast of Bray Road and being like right there. And he was on the phone with Linda Godfrey, who's a colleague and good friend of mine. And she was sitting there telling him, she was like, yeah, right there. That's where it was. And they were like taking large slabs of beef and like trying to hang it up from a tree or something.
Wow.
And I was like, I said, man, Jack's about to die over here. Cause it's, you know, that was so he's got some, that guy's got some balls, some of the stuff that he goes out and does. And I think you do too.
Yeah, it wasn't always paranormal. If you watch Strange World, a lot of it is, I mean, I really did spend time with government remote viewers, went to the Monroe Institute, spent time around people from DARPA, the co-creator of Atari, you know, like really got into some stuff. And I pitched all those episodes. Second season had me doing shrooms and going into a deprivation tank, you know, like weird stuff that I still might do because, you know, I was semi-inspired by a show way back. It was my favorite of all of these shows. It was called Mad Ventures. Do you remember that?
Mm-mm.
It was crazy. Those two
That's some
guys
weird
did,
shit you remember. I don't remember that.
they got into crazy stuff. Every episode they were daring, brave, you know, and I think they got canceled. It was on National Geographic and it got canceled, I think, because people complained about what these guys were doing. I mean, they went to somewhere in a really corrupt place in Brazil at the time and got in with arms dealers. And then they went to Cambodia and I'm not laughing about the animal that was shot, but in Cambodia, you can spend $300 and shoot an ox with an RPG. So they did that. Yeah. And I think somebody just complained about the show. But they did it in an intelligent way. I obviously don't believe in animal cruelty or anything. But the show was astonishing that it got on television. And, you know, it wasn't a goof off. It wasn't like Jackass, let's shoot a cow with an RPG. These guys were really intelligent guys, but they were just off the chain. And I like stuff like that. I like stuff that pushes boundaries. I cannot, in my right mind, ever make some kind of Brand X documentary. And when you and I were talking about what I would like to do for you, my pitch to you is that the greatest things are when we show a life and we show all of the unique characteristics of a life, and then we get into the unique experience that you had in regard to the paranormal. And, you know, I won't get into details, but that's what I would want to do about you. You know, I can't just make another, that's not what I do. I couldn't possibly make what you see over and over and over again done by guys in and outside of the network system. It's just not what I do.
Yeah. Yeah. And we've talked about that many times. And we were pitching around a screenplay, which I think for you and I would take 10 minutes to do. I mean, I'm not joking. I think we could put it together pretty quickly, especially when you base a lot of the stuff on, you know, the encounters that we receive from people. And you've interviewed a lot of people, and so have I.
I can make it happen. With these pitches, it's, again, I take my time. I really plan it out. It's all strategy, and every show that I've pitched has been greenlit. Like, you know, I take time with it though. And But then, you know, you got to be careful what you wish for with a network. You got to get in with the right people. Right now, I am. You know, these are guys I've met before. But the gentleman that I co-produced Strange World with, I don't believe I'll ever work with again, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, you told me all about it. That situation, though, that's how you and I met. I mean, I would never have, you know, I probably would have eventually got to know you, but not like we did. We ended up talking, and I said, "Hey, I like what you did, like your work or whatever." And you were probably like, "Who the hell is this guy?" You know, you didn't know who I was, and so you
No,
had to go
I
and,
never behaved that way. I just listened to
no,
who.
you were never like that, but I'm sure you probably thought
No, I
it.
don't. If you notice, even at your convention, I didn't even have a table. I was just kind of grateful to be there, and that's how I am. No matter what comes in the future, too, it's always how I'm going to be. And it's just because who I truly am. I don't see myself above anyone. I could see people who aren't doing anything interesting, and I'll, you know, if they ask me, I'll tell them you're not interesting.
And I know a
But
couple people
you
who
have
you
the
think that
potential
of.
to be interesting because it's all in your decision-making process. I don't know, like we were kids of the 80s, so I feel like we grew up with the greatest, the pinnacle of imagination at us every day. You know, all of those cartoons,
Well, look
the
at this right
movies that
here.
would be, yeah, exactly. That was the culmination of everything in the 20th century leading up into the 80s, I believe, that just like exploded into that perfect, you know, refined storytelling, you know, like Voltron, GI Joe,
Transformers, He-Man.
right? And then the movies, you know, RoboCop, and you know, these were fantastic films, and I know they were buffed out for Hollywood, but they're still great. You can watch them over and over again. So I just feel like use that. You use there's like this amorphous energy I get. I surround myself with all these things just to stay inspired. Like, I don't know, you can't see this office, but there's stuff all over the place.
Well, I've seen a lot of it. Yeah. Yeah. And when you were at the conference, a lot of people had approached me about you and said, because they did go and they did watch Strange World and they saw Montauk and how comfortable you were in front of the camera. It's shocking that you say you didn't really want to be in front of the camera because you looked like a natural. Just being like when you were doing Strange World, you were just so intent on. And one of the things I like about you too is that you have a way of making people feel like they're important when you talk to them, and that's good, especially face to face. You know,
Oh,
like you
well,
make yeah.
yeah, I mean, well, I guess my job as a movie maker is to absorb someone's story, you know, and I don't, I'm not okay. So like, I still host my shows, the ones I'm making independently right now. I don't mind being on it, but it's not all about me. And you don't need 600 hero shots of me walking around or me walking through the woods looking very concerned or
Concerned.
walking, right? You know, like, here's another shot of me looking really concerned. It's like, no, I'll be there. I'll give you my commentary. I'll ask the right questions and I'll lead us through. You know, I narrate the new shows and everything. A Haunting We Will Go is like, I would say, the antithesis of these ghost shows that are constantly being pumped out, you know? And so is this other one that I'm making about the Gators and Crocs. It's so different. So,
You know, earlier I was talking about putting a panel together with like Carter Bashard and Adam Davies and finding another person to probably an aper, you know, somebody that would balance it out, you know, like Ken Gerhardt or somebody. But I started thinking about the other day about a good idea for you and me. And I thought one of our colleagues would be a good person to go around the horn and talk about what we do and why we do what we do. And I thought Tony Merkel would be somebody to go to sit with and talk, and you know, like you, him, and I, and someone else, you know, a fourth person, and just do like a panel, because a lot of people like you, they like Tony, you know, and what y'all are doing, y'all are blazing it up, you know, and people are telling me, I don't judge myself, but people tell me that I'm doing that too, and I thought, you know,
you are, look at this. Well, I don't know how many people are here.
493.
Yeah. I mean, and it's 2:30 a.m. over here,
Yeah.
you know. And you know, I rarely go on stuff. I was asked a few times this week, and I'm trying to schedule each of them. And I've been on a bunch of shows over the years, and I don't mind talking to anybody, you know, bigger or smaller shows. I've been on Coast to Coast 6 times. I've been on Jimmy Church a few times. You know, I've been on your show. I've been on Tony Merkel's show, you know, like, but just as long as the conversation is interesting, you know, I'm happy to talk about stuff, just as long as we have a good conversation. Because
Yeah.
that's really, it's not for us really, it's for the audience, it's for the
For the
people listening
audience.
right now.
Yeah, and every time you and I talk, man, like, of course, when we talk, you know, there's some funny stuff that I'm not going to say it on the show because YouTube will be like, don't talk about, you know, whatever. But we have some funny conversations, you know, and I threw that out there the other day. I said something to Tony. I just messaged him and told him, man, you're really on fire. He's doing a great job. And he did a live stream the other day, and I noticed because he's not really used to doing them because it's not his thing, man. He does, like, you know, you guys are podcasters. Well, you're a podcaster, you know, you make shows. He does too. Y'all are media people, real media. You know what I mean? Like what I mean by real media.
Yeah, my podcast was an experiment. I guess it's just kind of an ongoing experiment.
And it's been successful. And so I was thinking, you know, like he had this a really good live stream going. And since I don't want to say it's like it's me, but you know, when I first started doing the live streams, there weren't a lot of people doing them. And so there were a few people doing them, and they weren't real popular, and they weren't doing that well. I didn't, and I thought, man, I could do this so much better. And so we did. You know, I didn't invent the wheel. I just, you know, oiled it a little bit, you know. And so I saw Tony on there, and he had 600 and something people in there, but there was no moderators.
Right.
So there was just one jackhole in there. He was one of your guys, a Guido, and he admitted that he goes, I'm a Guido from whatever, and he goes, sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but this is how they talk, right? And he goes,
right.
This is how we talk, whatever. But he was being rude, and I said something. I said, come on, man, you're being rude.
Yeah,
he was bagging on the guest, and I said the lady's telling her experiences, and you're being, you know, making her uncomfortable, being ugly. And he's like, I'm sorry, Mr. Turner, and then he says, you know what, I'm tired, I'm gonna go, and then that was it. He left. But I was looking, and I was gonna holler at him, and I was gonna tell him, you know, you didn't have any moderators in there, and you got to have them because people will act a fool. But if Tony starts doing those like regularly, like those live streams, oh, dude, he's going to kill it. Like he's going to be probably the same numbers, like big numbers like I have, you know, but he's got like, I think 80 something thousand subs, you know, like he's gotten real, you know, like he's not like some of these people that are buying their numbers and all this other crap. And now we've hit our stride and we're rolling. I think we're at like 500 every 28 days.
That's good. I mean, again, you know, I think that's wonderful. I think that's, from my perspective, and it's like phase one of your foundation, because after that, it's as far as your imagination can go and how you can expand this for the audience. You know, what's next? Where is it going to go? And those are the questions you just ask your imagination, and just and think about it. It's like this is kind of a new format. What I believe is going to happen next, when it becomes more affordable, obviously within the next 5 years,
virtual.
Yes. What's going to happen is your audience at home right now will put on a pair of glasses or something even lighter, okay, and we'll all be in an audience, and then you'll have, like David Letterman, you'll have a desk. And you'll have a guest, and we'll see each other's avatars, which will be almost identical to us if that's what we want. And it'll be that kind of situation. It'll be very creative and interesting, and it'll be a fantastic place to go. I don't know why so many people fear it. Now, I have a VR system here, and it's really neat the way it is. And this is I guess the one before the previous one of the Quest, which is now Meta Quest or something like that. And, you know, Apple's doing their own thing. And I believe, since we're sitting in front of a computer right now, or you're holding this device, what's the difference? I mean, we're not going to be carrying these bricks around. It's going to be, some people are going to have it built into their brains, the ones that do that. But most of us are going to just say, no, I'd rather put on a pair of glasses. And you'll go to the movies and you'll see a motion picture with thousands of people around the world if you choose. And you can, by the way, you can do this right now. So, and it's fantastic. It's great. The effect and the illusion of being in a theater is there. You look around, you're literally in a theater. But let's say your friend lives in Texas, and your other friend lives in New York, and another friend lives in California. All of you can meet up and have in a private theater. if you choose, right now, and watch a movie together and talk in the theater so you're not disturbing anybody amongst yourselves. It's really neat. And I think that's the future of what I'm doing too as a filmmaker, is that the idea is that you want to, in terms of quantity, you want to maximize your audience because you want to get through to many people. You want to give the greatest possible presentation. What we're doing right this second is going to be primitive in 5 years. It's going to be like, oh, you guys used to do like a Skype for everybody. Now Josh, you're going to have this whole presentation on stage. It's going to be as far as you can imagine what you would do with your own talk show. And then you can have in-person events too, of course, but now you can get people around the world. People that aren't physically able to get there will be able to be there with you like they do right now, So I think I see the good in it because it's going to happen anyway. And I guess if we acquire, I guess, a VR system that's a little more independent and it has its own moderating system where no one's messing with us, I don't know.
Let me ask you a question, Chris. Somebody in the chat. First, I want to address this. Kate Kaiser. There's no donation too small or too large. You gave $2, and that's more than a lot of people. And people are not obligated to give anything. I'm just here doing this. I'm not here to try to get donations. We are trying to get camera equipment and stuff, and we are trying to get some equipment so we can go do some outdoor stuff, whatever. Because Chris won't let me have his. But anyway, I'm just kidding. Chris is like, what the
I'm going to
hell?
be upgrading pretty soon for at least the independent version of everything.
Give me your old
about
stuff.
cameras. Let me give you some camera advice.
Okay, here we go.
This is an amazing camera. But
Dude,
mine
mine sucks.
The iPhone, yeah, but it depends on how you use it.
But I hate iPhones.
See these cameras back here, they require lenses and they require a knowledge on how to use them. So the more expensive like Cinecam you buy, the more difficult it's going to be for you because now it's going to be a workflow.
I don't want that.
Yeah, I think these iPhones are amazing. If you look at the movie Unsane, and this was years ago, directed by Steven Soderbergh, I think 2014 or something, he shot the whole thing with an iPhone at that time. You can get attachments for these iPhones that kick things up. Then there's something called the Osmo, which might be good for you because I'm buying the new one. I have an Osmo 2. Where is it? So this is a fantastic cam, but again, it shoots only really with a wide angle lens. Now, you wouldn't believe that this can get a beautiful picture, but it can. This tiny little thing gets beautiful steady cam wide shots, follows everything you can shoot.
Give me some suggestions. Yeah. Whenever we get off eventually, like tomorrow or something, give me some information.
I think the Osmo 3, which I'm going to get soon, is going to be a perfect addition to your arsenal because it's small. It comes with, unlike this one, it's going to have its own monitor. And I think it's more light sensitive. And so you're going to get this wide angle steady cam shot for your investigations. And they're gorgeous. And then maybe you can have a secondary person with a second cam just to get some handheld stuff. And then someone will cut both of those together, if you know what I mean. Like, you can have a lot of footage.
Yeah.
But the Osmo is a fantastic cam because you're going to get those beautiful tracking shots, the steady cam shots. And it really, I mean, it's movie quality stuff. You just have to know how to use it. You could buy filters for it for exterior shots. I can give you all this information.
Well, let me ask you this, Chris.
Sure.
Somebody had mentioned in the chat, moving to a little bit of a different subject, but they said matrix within a matrix within a matrix. Now, that's something that you and I have talked about before. What are your true thoughts on that and where we're at, and what do you think is really happening here? Do you think this is I had somebody at the gym the other day. I mean, he was dead serious. He says, dude, we're living in a psyop. And he's not a weird, like, whatever guy. He's not some weirdo. I mean, I've been talking to this guy for a while, and he's right.
Okay.
Things are not normal. But what are your thoughts on that?
All right. So, and you're very well versed in history and religious history and biblical history. The perspective back then, as a lot of people know, is an archaic, non-technological perspective of the same thing. So if someone were to say, and this is me theorizing, but really thinking about it for many years, if someone were to say, right now we're in a metaphysical game. Okay, that is still God's plan. The metaphysical game means you come here to learn. If you fail, will you be punished? In a way, yeah. And then when they say when you die, you'll see all of your relatives waking up in the other. Well, what if we're waking up in a game room, so to speak, coming out of a chamber, and everyone's standing around you saying, "How was it? Are you okay?" It's
Yeah.
this very complex metaphysical game that we're in, and a lot of people have thought about it this way, but the ancient perspectives are the same thing. They're saying the same thing in a different way. I think if you looked at it in the sense that we come out and we're in a matrix, it takes the spirituality out of it, but that depends on how you look at it. And of course, there's something much more powerful to it. And, it depends on what you believe. But I believe, of course, I still believe in the spirit, and I believe in a higher power. And, I believe that good will overcome. I was watching the film adaptation of Orwell's 1984. And there's that scene with John Hurt where he's literally being tortured for having a romance. Okay, because that could be our future right now here on Earth. And, Orwell was warning us of something like this. And he said, because Richard Burton's character is saying to John Hurt while he's torturing him, saying, "I'm going to erase you from existence. You're not going to matter. No one's ever going to remember you. No one's ever going to think of you." And Hurt comes back and says, "Doesn't matter what you do to me. It doesn't matter how long you do this for, because eventually you're going to lose. You will not win, because people have never won." And so I believe in good and evil, and I believe that evil won't overcome everything ever in totality. And so again, this is all comparable to all of these religious tomes. It's saying the same thing. It's just more of an archaic perspective. At least that's the way I see it.
Get this. When I was talking to Joel, who's the guy who was in the Vampire Confessions, and when I interviewed this guy and we talked to him, he told us some things that were really interesting. He said that there was a world that he had traveled to through these mercurial mirror looking things. And it was a world that was completely enveloped in the darkness. And he described it as very dull and drab. And everybody looked down and there was no hope. And the whole world was like that. It was enveloped in this whole. And so my question to him was like, I said, do you think that this was a permanent state? Or maybe that world was just being enveloped in darkness temporarily, which even if it's 1,000 years, that's still temporary compared to like the longevity of what we can see is like billions of years of an existence. And so I told him, and he goes, "That I don't know." He's like, "But I am told that there are worlds where it's all dark. There is no, the evil has completely won those worlds. They are done. There is no more coming back. And then there's worlds that are good." And I said, "Yeah, but if you look at the different yugas, like the first one is the Satya Yuga, and then there's the Kali Yuga, which is the end, and the Satya Yuga is like I think it's like the time frame is like 1,000,000 something years. It's like of nothing but just light and goodness, and so that could seem like an eternity, but it's really just 1,000,000 years, and it's just like a little bit of icing on the top of a cake with the different layers of time." And so he was kind of stumped by my answer, and he was kind of shocked too that I even said that, because I do try to think deep, on different levels, and try to think like, what if, and I hope this is the case, I really do, that these worlds will recover and become, good again. And I wonder if they're all just different versions of Earth, because he couldn't answer that. He didn't know. That was beyond his pay grade. But like, have you ever thought about that? Like 1984 being like the entire world is enveloped in that for like a long, long time. And the evil seems to, or appears to have won. But then, the cycle ends. And like you said, that scene, I know what you're talking about, where he's like, and you'll never fully win, because
Right.
the evil eventually, it has its day. Just like in Revelations, where it talks about the devil is loosed for 1,000 years. But then eventually he gets his ass kicked and things go back to the way they're supposed to be. But what do you think about that? And like what you were saying is kind of like a Rick and Morty episode where Morty's like in the machine, and he comes out and Rick's like, "You're so stupid." He starts insulting him about how he lived his life in there. He goes, "I knew you would just sit in that shop and retire or whatever." and he's like, "Well, you wouldn't have done it better, Rick, whatever." They start arguing. but I thought it was funny because like the whole life, that he was living was a virtual life inside of a video game. And they could literally do something like that on a large scale. I've had a guy who's from England give me a story about waking up in a pod, and people came rushing over there and told him to chill out, go back to sleep, blah, blah, blah. But he was a female. And he goes, I'm a very light-skinned white male. But in that particular reality that he woke up in, and he fell asleep in class, right? This is what happened. He's like, I was a dark-skinned female. And I was like, what's going on here, dude? It's like, I've thought about this many times in the nature of reality because I have seen the grid. I mean, I woke up one time from a dream and I looked right up and I saw the honeycomb grid all over the place.
Right.
Then one time I saw it when I was, of course, this is a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, but I was dropping, I took some stuff.
Mhm.
And I took a tennis ball and I threw it on the roof. And me and two other people saw it hit the ceiling and the grid light up. And
Wow.
so that happened years ago. It was my brother was one. I don't know if he's in the chat, but him and my friend Squid. I want to get Squid on the show. But we were all tripping, right? And I threw this tennis ball and it didn't go straight into the ceiling. Like, I don't know what happened, but I threw it up and it went toward the ceiling fan. The ceiling fan caught it. And when it hit it, it lit the ceiling up and we could see like a honeycomb yellowish bronze thing.
Okay, so when you bring that up, just about, often when I'm on my way to sleep, and I have vivid dreams every night, like beyond,
Yeah,
especially
totally.
since I use the God helmet. And but in that place between awake and dream, if there is the slightest noise, my AC unit kicks in or something happens, I'll see what you're talking about. That honeycomb thing flashes and my eyes are closed, but I see that
Mhm.
pattern. And that happens a lot. And I don't know what it is. And I'm not claiming to know what it is. I'm just confirming that I've seen whatever that is.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine who's a Filipino. For some reason, like a large following of people that are Filipino descent. I know why, because I've told some stories, and then I guess they tell other people, "Hey, check this guy out." And I've talked a lot about their particular, legends and stories and stuff. And it's weird. I have some from the Middle East because I talk about the Levant a lot. And so I have certain people that will tune in and listen to see if I'm talking about their, home country, whatever. But it's really weird. Like whenever I talk about something, people will give me a story or something relating to it. And this guy, he was a Filipino and he talked about he died. He had alcohol poisoning, but his body was rushed to the hospital and he was left to wander around the halls of a casino hotel in Colorado. I think it was Blackhawk. But he was wandering around this casino hotel and it was on his birthday and he got alcohol poisoning and he got so sick and he did not realize like he was that close to death. And so then his family takes him to the hospital, but he don't remember any of that. He just remembers waking up in the hospital because he was wandering around the hotel and he said that he could see the grid. He said, dude, this is all like an illusion. Like he's like, I saw it, dude. When I touched it, it would light up. And so it's really weird, man. Like it's almost like this is one big simulation, but it's the way that it was described to me by a couple other people who claim to have gone out of their body and gone past it. You can push past it, but then you go into a bigger simulation. And the people, according to this one lady, her and her husband both, they took ayahuasca and they took way too much. I mean, it was way too much. He flatlined. Like he was on ayahuasca and he died while he was on it. Like he took way too much. And it was down in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he got resuscitated or whatever, but they were in a controlled environment. And the guy that does it, and I know this guy, he actually takes people down there to get them off of drugs. But this dude did something stupid and he took double what he was supposed to. And he just said, I want to see what happens. So he snuck more of it. He wasn't supposed to do that. Long story short, but he dies. And he's like, dude, I was like, it was like I was out of my body. I went through this realm into another realm. But he found out what he believes is the beings. He called them beings, not okay, that's weird. Something just touched my freaking leg. Oh my God.
Are you on ayahuasca?
No, but something rubbed my leg and that was weird. That was very weird. Something literally like a hand. It felt like something. Okay, so folks, that was weird. Yeah. So, anyways, what ended up happening is he goes into this other reality, and then he goes into another reality. And he said that reality, they were saying that that middle reality, the people in that reality believe that they are in charge, that they are the real reality. But this third reality that he went to was actually the real reality, and that they had created that second reality, and the second reality had actually created us.
Wow.
And so, but the guy had one question. He goes, "Well, who is God?" And they're like, "We don't know. We know that there is a creator that's above all of this." But
Okay.
when he came back, that was it. Boom, he was awake. And
Many years ago. I'm a very sober guy. Let me just preface what I'm
me
about
too. Me too.
We're going back to 1997. All right. And I was on
That was
something.
a wild year for me, boy.
Yeah. And again, I we're 24 years without anything. So I can talk about these things. But however, I think it opened up a perception in my mind. It was really odd. I went out to this big giant oak tree, walked out by myself from the home that I was in with everybody else. And I walked up to this tree. I was just drawn to it. And a couple of minutes staring at it, and all of a sudden I felt my hand was magnetized to the tree. Like I'll never forget this. And it was just like this. And immediately I felt that the tree or whatever energy was coming through the tree explained everything to me in one shot. The whole secret to the universe, life, what everything meant. And I understood it in an instant. And I ran back in to tell everybody what the secret of life was. And I forgot by the time I got inside. But I remember it hit me so hard. Like, what did I take from that? I think the only thing I took from that experience was the only thing I was able to understand and take with me to this day was that I think the only thing that was said to me through this experience was that we are all the same. That's all I got from it. And again, I've been a sober man for 24 years of my life. So I have a lot of clarity built up over the years. But that was an odd experience. I never had anything like that happen before or after. There was a strong experience.
That is very, very weird, but that
Yeah.
is not unusual to kind of like when you're doing stuff like that, to come up with those conclusions and kind of realize, because I've taken a lot of different stuff, psilocybin, whatever. Like I said before, I'll preface it with this: I haven't touched anything since the probably early 2000s. I haven't done anything.
Yeah.
So I mean that was a lifetime ago. But when you look at these situations that come up, like what happened to you, I had a very profound experience similar to that. And I just remember standing there or sitting there on a hill and looking out at the grass and the trees, and I could see it all kind of blowing, but I knew it wasn't moving. But you know how it does, it moves, and it's like breathing. And I could see the whole world taking a deep breath and blowing it back out. And I was like, wow, everything is literally alive. Everything around us is one big living thing. And then you feel like you are totally connected to it, and you're one little cell that's a part of it. And then you're just so happy to be that cell. And then you feel like there's this oneness, and then you want to go and tell everybody.
Right. Well, you can't, because, in
way.
a sense, when you're taking the psychedelics, you're separate from this particular existence enough to understand it, as if I suspect your soul might understand it. And then you're back into normality and you just don't get it, because we can't capacitate that. I wanted to ask you, this is a Texas story. Have you looked into this? This is an area outside of Houston. There was a hamlet built over an old slave cemetery, and terrifying story, because it offended the existence of that ground so much that there were people dying, people getting sick, people seeing apparitions in the middle of the night. It's probably something you might want to visit in your travels.
Yeah, where is it at, Chris?
Black Hope Cemetery. This was outside of Houston. I'll find out exactly for you where it is, a subdivision just outside of Houston, Texas.
Wow, dude, because I could do a day trip over there.
The
That's why I
summer
was
in
like, I wish you lived close, man. We could just go and record some stuff. And
I've
just
always
make-
wanted to cover this. I even pitched it for Strange World, and I had to wrestle with some idiot that we hired because he just didn't get it. And I never want to have to do that again. That's why I'm making these documentaries outside of that system, and they're coming out better than Strange World. You know, believe it or not, it's
Well, Strange World was hard to beat. So I mean, if
Oh,
you
well,
can do
I
that,
mean-
boy.
it was my show. But it ended up only 65% of my original vision. So I had to make A Haunting We Will Go and everything else outside of it. And this is definitely one of the ones I'd like to tackle down the road. No one really remembers this for some reason.
Dude, I was talking about that earlier about the eclipse and how there were some stories that I had talked about, people's encounters. And one lady who was a Zoroastrian, that's her religion. She was talking about an eclipse that happened when she was a child. I think she was like 5. But she said that everybody laid down on the top of this building around this fire because they have this eternal flame that never goes out, whatever. And she said that the eclipse happened. And then when they woke up, nobody remembered it. Like everybody acted like it. When she talked about it later in her life, she's like, remember when the eclipse, and nobody remembers this eclipse after it happened.
I mean, think about what was it? Not the Mayans, the Aztecs, where they were sacrificing because they thought the eclipse was something powerful. It was the perhaps the end of the world, right? It was depicted in Apocalypto.
That was the Mayans, but the Aztecs too, because the Aztecs would sacrifice so that the sun would rise every day.
Right.
I mean, that was their big fear, that nothing would be the same, and I don't know, man. It's a weird thing because there's people losing their freaking minds. I'm getting calls now from my business telling me, can I have an extra guard for the next few days whenever the eclipse happens? And I'm going like, it's not the eclipse, it's the dumbass people that are going to make it happen because they're going out and buying up everything. I was at Costco, Sam's, whatever, and everybody's like buying up everything. I mean, it's that easy to make these people flip out, dude.
It's minutes. It's minutes. Relax. We've had eclipses before.
It's unbelievable. People
I would worry about what's going on in this government right now more so than the eclipse. Yeah.
They've eclipsed the truth. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I tell you, when you get time though, when you get a chance and you get a break from what you're doing, get yourself down to Texas and let's go and let's explore that. I mean, I wouldn't put myself in one of those positions, but the thing is, I have done so much being around haunted stuff, and I don't want to get an attachment or something, but.
Oh no, I don't. Not especially this one. What spirits were there were so offended that a 30-year-old woman died of a heart attack. I mean, people were getting sick because these people in life had the worst things happen to them, and their final resting places were completely. It was like poltergeist. They only moved the headstones. Well, in this case, they didn't even move the headstones; they threw them out, and they just they built this subdivision over it. But I would say the families that were suffering because of what the realtors did, or the real estate people did, they were innocent because they didn't know. And then when they started to find jewelry and they started to find, bones in their garden, their rose garden, they wanted to honor these people, but that wasn't enough. The spirits were way too angry. It's a great story.
Man. That's crazy. Like when you were doing Strange World, you thought you were going to do a season 2, right?
Okay, so I'll tell you the truth. I don't give a shit who's listening. Pardon my French, but
dude, late night.
So we were greenlit for a second season as soon as the 8 episodes were delivered. This was meant to go on for a long time. Right now in my life, I can say I'm happy it didn't, because I would have been locked into something for a very long time. But there was some corruption at the network, and somebody threw a fit because they had big plans for me in particular. They put a lot of money into that show. It was a great show. Everybody agreed. The general manager of the network agreed it was their best show of the year. But someone over there had a fit, said, you cannot let this, because the show essentially was better than his show. And so he made a big stink over it. And, he had the power at that time to stop it. But I'm glad he did, because I wouldn't have what I have right now if that didn't happen. So, and that's a fact. So,
Well, I'm glad you did. I'm glad that it worked out because at some point, you know, you had to break away and do your own thing, and it's you're the better for it. I hope that when is The Haunting We Will Go supposed to come out? I've been waiting for that.
it's going to come out this fall. Again, I'm quality over quantity. You cannot make a documentary like that in months. There's no one can, not even a network can. You know, we had $3.2 million for Strange World. It was made over the course of a year, if you want to count pre-production and development, and a little over a year. And we were on the road for 7 months straight, and 30 people crew, all professionals, of course. You know, that's serious. That's the real deal. I mean, I see some cookie cutter documentaries being made, not even in months. You can't make a good documentary in months. You got to be able to dedicate at least a year to a good documentary, and you have to have people who know what they're doing to make one. Otherwise, it's just going to be the same stuff, and it's going to be brand X versions of what you keep seeing on TV, like Ghost Adventures and stuff like that. So what's the point? Why do it if you can't do it right? And you know, I'm 24 years skilled guy after film school, you know, so I put a lot of time and effort and thought into these new documentaries, and have been making this new series very carefully and paying attention to everything I'm doing, because that's what I'm giving to the audience. It's not about me. It's not about my ego. It's not about my this is not a popularity contest for me. I'm a filmmaker. I'm someone trying to make something really good that's going to last. There's thousands of people watching Montauk Chronicles a week. That's a 10-year-old movie, and that's going to continue. You know, there was over 1 million people that have seen it since last August, well over 1 million. And I'm just saying, that's what I made, you know, and I'm going to make things that stick around and continue to affect people. And you want to watch it again. That's the idea. So my goal with this stuff is to make something solid. You'll never see me I'm making 25 documentaries this year. Ha ha ha. It's like, well, what? What's the point? That means I'm just running a racket.
Yeah, and if you do everything in mass quantity too, it's not always going to have the best quality.
No,
I'm trying
never.
to balance that right now because I do a lot of shows and I'm always doing stuff. But if I don't feel like I can bring the audience something, I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. I would rather not do it than do crap.
Obviously, people love spending time with you. They did with Art Bell. Art Bell kept people company all night long, and he did it just about every night. And you know, he had an atmosphere and a vibe to him, and people love, you know, people like us. They would tune into Coast to Coast AM all night long until the morning, and he would keep you company. And people are coming to you for the same thing, and tell great stories and have fantastic guests. And that's what this is. You know, it's just something that I think Art laid the groundwork for.
Well, I'm not Art Bell. I can't fill those shoes, but I do remember him saying something about doing better work and raising all the ships. And I hope that happens. And I look to people, you know, like some of my colleagues that are doing really good work. And I hope that happens for all of us that are involved in this. In particular, all of you guys that were at the conference. I mean, you know, and of everybody that was at the conference, I'm not going to say there was any one person as my favorite, whatever. But I was really stoked to have you there because you and I had talked so much, and I knew your presentation, and I knew it was going to be a killer presentation. And you kicked off the conference with that presentation. And when you said, "Hey, I want you to be a part of it," I was really honored by that. I was like, "Wow, you know, you really want me to be a part of this."
Likewise, man. I had a great time at that conference. You know, I rarely do those. The last one I did before yours was the International UFO Congress, well before I made television shows. It was the first version of Montauk Chronicles. So that was the last one I actually did before that. And, you know, it made me want to go to another one, especially with A Haunting We Will Go. And I'd love to put on a nice presentation for people. And, you know, your conference is fantastic. You should keep doing them. It's a gathering. I understand logistics sometimes can be quite a headache if it doesn't work out the right way, but if it does work out well for you, you should keep doing it.
You know, I want to do the one this year, but I'm just, I'm not going to get into it, but you know what I've been going through, and these people are just relentless, dude. And I thought about this too. We had this conversation, you and I, and before that, I had a conversation with Barton and some other people, and I talked to Bettina about it today. It's just, it's never going to end. I mean, I went through all these wars to try to get to where we're at, and everybody chastised me and criticized me, and I said, look, I can't. I got to do this because somebody in this community has to stop these people, and if it has to be me, it has to be me. And then when they did stop, then I found people in my own camp who didn't want it to stop. They just wanted to keep doing this, and I'm like, dude, there has to be an end. This is not the Napoleonic era. We're not conquering Europe here. We're just trying to unite the fields. And
Well,
so,
I remember when Art Bell had to air some of his own drama going on, especially when that stalker was after his son or something like that. I mean, that was, he had to talk about it. I guess he needed to share it with people. But outside of that, I think obviously you gathered this group of people that really love your company and your stories and your guests because you do what you do well. And there's always this part of me that just wakes up that 1984 speech is that no matter what these people try to do to throw us off, we all have trolls, man, because when you're a bright light, they come after you. I get them a lot. And it's like these days, I don't even engage with them. I'm just like, bye.
Yeah.
See ya.
And you gave me a talk, and you said, and it's Barton and you had echoed the same thing, and a couple of our other friends too said the same thing. And it's like there's just a never-ending cycle of these people, and eventually you have to just say, I can't.
Oh boy, did we freeze or did I freeze?
Can't adapting and changing their method, or oh, dude, that was weird. Something happened there. It kind of blipped us off for a minute.
Yeah.
But it's like you eventually have to say I can't engage anymore with these people, and I have lost some of my base recently. Some people that were financial supporters and people that were helpers and whatever, because these people poisoned the well. So their strategy changed. They were like, well, we saw him win this war and this war. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to poison the well because there's nothing to stop him. And you're shocked. You're shocked that your own people will poison the well because they can't stand that you're not going to do what they want you to do. And that's what it boils down to is I said, look, I'm not going to keep attacking these people. You want to do it, you do it on your own. I'm not going to go in the direction you want me to do. The one guy wants me to be a a fundamentalist Christian and to hell with everyone else. And I'm like, dude, I'm not going to ostracize part of my audience. I'm not going to do that because if you're preaching the word to the same people who believe exactly like you, then you're in an echo chamber and you're not even doing what Christ wants you to do. So I don't understand that. So I had to explain that. Look, and so they did what they did. They poisoned the well. They went to everybody they could, and especially people that were donating financially to try to hurt me that way. What they don't understand though is that's not going to stop me. They think they know me, but they really don't. And I am very driven and I have ambition and the will to feed it. And I'm going to continue to do what I'm doing. And they can keep gut punching me all they want. They're not going to stop me. I don't care. I don't give a damn. I mean, and I know that it burns their ass when we have 480 people in here at 2 a.m. And
yeah, see, if you had 6,000 people in here right now, or at night that I'm not on, it doesn't faze me. It's kind of like, great, that's the feeling that I get. It doesn't. Why would anyone see? I don't know. Maybe it's because we're both secure people. Someone else's success doesn't bother me. I'm happy for them. People have asked me, oh, how do you feel about this guy? What do you feel about Seth? What do you feel about this? It's like, great. What it doesn't stop.
It's not going to affect your stuff. I mean,
never. It never has. It never will. Yeah. I want everyone be successful. Look, there are 8 billion people on the planet. There's enough for everyone to be successful. Do something interesting. I think that's the key to your success. Just keep reinventing yourself. Do what your audience loves, but reinvent the format. Be innovative. That's it. I mean, I promise I practice what I preach. You wait till you see what's coming. I I couldn't, it was difficult to do it within the network system for the paranormal shows because there's too many people trying to get their hands in it. So I had to make some stuff outside. That stuff's almost finished. I really made it carefully over time, you know, and I paid for everything. So it takes time to make these things. I did all the work too, you know. I mean, I had to make a show where I designed the whole thing, shot most of it myself. I mean, I'm in most of the scenes, so I had to get secondary cameras. But, you know, it's different, and it's something I'm very happy with. And I'll continue to make those shows outside of that system, but I'll hire a PR company to promote it the right way to all the same places that the PR company would do for a network. The game has changed. The playing field is even. Now it's about how you play. You know, how are you going to play on the field? Because you're allowed on the field now. And in a lot of cases, the networks are envious of you. They're envious of Tony Merkel. They're envious. They're going to be envious of what I'm about to do. Trust me, because I can make better quality than they can make. And
yeah, and I got syndicated. I mean, it's just a matter of me sitting down and hammering out the contracts and the details. So I will be on TV.
Syndicated by, I'm just curious, syndicated by whom?
It's a cable.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of
is, I know cable.
a new show? A new show?
I have my own show, yeah.
Okay, good. But
yeah.
It's a production company has gotten in touch with you to do a show?
Yeah, my friend, he's actually a producer at the UT network, and he's a good guy, and I trust him.
Okay.
You know, and it's something that he can do because he's, you know, and so I'm gonna have access to a bigger studio, and it's even gonna have like seating where you can have like live, you know.
Good. Yeah, man, that's awesome. Congratulations.
I've had that. I didn't tell you that. I guess I didn't tell you.
Yeah, no, I didn't know.
It's not like the pinnacle for me. That's not
nothing
it.
Why should nothing should
there's
be?
Nothing that's going to be the pinnacle. I just, you know, and what you said, you know, earlier you mentioned Seth. I've been talking to Seth the last couple of days about setting up a time to have him come on. There could be the other person. I mean, I don't know. It's up to you, but like if you wanted to come on and talk, you and Seth and Tony would be like an amazing panel.
If you want to do that one time, I'm happy to do it. I mean, you know, whatever I can lend to this situation, whatever questions you have for me, whatever the audience wants to ask me, I'm always happy to say hello. I mean, everybody does their own thing. That's important, you know. Yeah. I'm different than these other guys. I'm completely different. So
I think you're one of those people, and I think that there's several of our colleagues that are too, like the people that were at the conference in particular, that are very comfortable with themselves, and they're not concerned with everybody and what everybody else is doing. And
no, not at all.
You know, you got to be careful though. Like I haven't heard from Lance in a while, like Lance Hightower. Like he, you know, I really need to reach out and try to see what he's up to, because I think that he kind of felt like he was getting too close to the sun with the truth. And that's unfortunate because the truth is veiled for us right now. Right. And I really think that Lance was he did really good work, and he kind of just dropped off. And I think he thinks maybe it's just too much trouble, but we really got to look out for one another, because nobody else is going to do it. You know, you got to have people that'll really watch out for you. And it's sad because I was told, you know, recently that I needed to pull back, you know, from my audience, because some of my own audience are the ones that turned on me. And because my show wasn't going in the direction that they wanted it to. And so I hate that, because I want to feel so close to my audience. I love my audience and I love interacting with them. But that has been the consensus from a lot of different creators that are bigger than me.
Do you think they're angry at the conflict that was happening on the show?
Not the listeners. No, these people, they wanted to keep it going. That was the whole point, was like, you know, and you, I'm not going to mention names, but you know some of them, and they were like, right, you know, in my corner during the war. And then when it was coming to an end, they were like, well, they don't want to stop. And it's like, well,
and that's
I have to.
That's one of the dangers of airing that, because to them, it's like the Truman Show. They don't want to hear paranormal stories anymore. They want to see you come on and get angry.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a problem, because there is an audience for that type of thing. Obviously, all that hate and sarcasm and fighting, and you know, and that attracts attention, as you can see all over the internet. Like somebody said, oh, one of these guys that tried to latch onto my podcast last year, and I got rid of those guys. They suck. But they were a distribution company, and they were always talking big. And they said, well, good content brings in a lot of hits. I said, well, really? and I picked out 3 videos. I said, this has 6 million hits. Are you watching this? Now, I can't describe what that one was, but there was a guy who lit a firecracker in one of his orifices. And he, yeah, I said, good
That's weird.
content.
He got a bunch of hits.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's
Yeah.
like,
oh yeah.
I've been watching this idiot, you know.
And he didn't no longer said that to me. I said, so that's not the truth. That's not the truth at all.
That is not
I
the
say
truth.
stick to your guns.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a lot of hits, but with a lot of stupidity. I mean, I've seen
Right.
it happen. Some of these people that we had gone to war with, I'm not going to mention their names, but their shows were pitiful. I mean, you even saw. I said, go look. I mean, you'll see what the crap that they were, and so I didn't have to compete with them. And I said, look, once they said, hey, it's over, it's done with, then back off, leave it alone. But one of them, they just wanted to keep doing it, and it's like they took pleasure in the destruction of these people.
Right.
I didn't take pleasure in it. I saw it happening. I was witnessing it, but I didn't. I lamented that it had to be that way, and I really, really did. I was not happy that these people were on the road to destruction, and I tried warning them. I tried reasoning with them. There was nothing they could stop. But these other people, they were just enjoying it, and I was like, they're like, yeah, it's great, isn't it? And I'm like, no, it's not. It's like someone's home burning down because of their ignorance, but you're not happy that they're homeless.
Do you think there's, I suspect sometimes, and I've had this discussion with somebody, that there might be a signal coming through that is making people in this kind of perpetual conflict. I know it's hard to believe, but I think
no, it's not.
There might be something happening, and it's such a psychosis that you don't even know you're really doing it or why. It's not like, do you think this would have happened 7 years ago? Like all this type of conflict online? Do you think that would have happened?
You know, probably, but then again, I was raised up in a bad area, and then I worked at. Yeah, my wife just said something. I don't want to say that, honey, because that's. But you know, I think that like having worked in a nightclub and been downtown, and you know a bit about my past, I was in wars, like you know, with other people that were bad. It was bad, real stuff, not.
Well, I've been in fights and arguments. I just I mean this kind of online thing that overtakes what everyone is.
Everybody's rationale goes down the toilet.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's like somebody put something in the water. You know,
right. That's how I feel.
People that I thought would never be this way, and it's like they discovered something in themselves that was dark, and they just perpetuated it. And these people I thought were my friends, and they were willing, if I was going to stand in their way from what they wanted to do, which was bad, they were willing to come after me. And I was like, so you're not going to listen to me. You're just going to keep perpetuating this war. And it was like a witch hunt, you know, and it was like, there's nobody left to hunt. You're just witching. I mean, you know, I don't know what you're doing. And there were people who thought that they could take over my show. One guy in particular, he's still out there just calling up everybody he can because he feels like he's entitled to something. And I'm like, you're not. You know, you need to go F off because I'm not going to do what you want me to do. And they
your enemies are watching you right now. Like they're 100%. You know, my suggestion is to these, but once again, I think I've said this before on your show, ladies and gentlemen, whoever you are, come on, let's find something better to do with our time. Time is ticking away. It's ticking away every minute. This is an empty road you're on, and let's just do something else. Yeah.
And there's so much to do, but for guys like us, you know, people like us, it's like, you know, my brother says 28 days later, rage virus. That's right, dude. You know, for people like us, we are creators, you know, we're filling a niche and we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. But those people, they don't have anything else. And so if we were to go away, then they have nothing. They have to latch on to like parasites. They got to latch on to something. And without us, then they don't have, you know, so there's this whole, and I've complained about this and I don't want to, you know, but it's like they've built this entire genre that runs parallel to us where they attack and character assassinate the creators. And it's like, dude, you know, even if I don't like some of these people, it's like it's dirty, nasty. I'm not going to make a video where I just sit there and go over one guy's stuff or gal's stuff and just destroy them piece by piece by piece. But that's
Right.
what these people do. Now, some of them, it needs to happen. Some of them deserve it, and I've seen a couple of them and thought, yeah, that person had it coming. But, a couple of these people, they relished it, dude. And I was just like, it's not my thing, man. I mean, once it's over, once that person says, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, and they're willing to stop, that's it. I'm done. I am out. I'm not doing it anymore. I will defend myself, but why go in for the throat and try to destroy somebody for the sake of what? Just to feel better about yourself? Or what kind of energy are you sucking out of that? Because that's not me.
It's
That's
such a
not my,
waste of time. It really is. Time
it
is all
is.
we have.
Yeah. That's the thing. I just don't want to,
You
I
get
don't
it.
want to get into it anymore with that,
Yeah.
And I think that what you're doing is going to pave the way for a lot of us, and you're the first person that I talked to at length last year about the new way and how the networks weren't going to hold sway anymore. And I
They're in
see,
trouble. They're
yeah,
in big
Seth
trouble.
Breedlove actually just posted a thing about that
Yeah.
on Facebook.
I've told you before, what I appreciate about him is that he was one of the people that helped open up the mind of the audience to appreciate what people are doing outside of the network. And that's a great thing. And, the network isn't, because I'm working with a network right now on something else. It's not a paranormal show, it's movies. But the problem with working with these networks is you've got some guy you'll never meet making the final call. And if he wakes up on the wrong side of the bed, this thing you killed yourself to make, forget about the money. They can rip it from you. They can do whatever they want with it. And that I will never subject myself to again, ever. It's not worth it. It doesn't matter anymore. Because again, the playing field is even. We're all on it now. It's about what you do next. How creative can you be? How far can your imagination go? Because you'll have no competition if you're original. You'll never have any competition. The competition is between you. And the best is, well, what do I want to give to the audience? Again, we grew up with the pinnacle of imagination. We were the audience to the greatest. All the decades before us and everything culminating in that decade was just the best. And so remember how we felt back then and put that energy into your work. That's it.
Even if you look at like the 90s cartoons compared to our cartoons in the 80s,
Yeah.
No comparison, dude. They started to turn into dog crap, dude.
Yeah, no offense to anybody, but yeah, you're
no
right.
offense. I don't want to offend
Yeah.
people, but it
Yeah,
was
yeah.
like, some of the cartoons were just, I'd watch them and I'd be like, they're not even trying. Like, what is this, dude? I mean, this is like, it's crap, dude. As 80s kids, we never would have accepted that. We would have been like, what is this crap, dude? This is not good.
Oh, I go back. Yeah, I really believe in amorphous energy. So like going back to all of those aesthetics, it builds up this great energy, and then you just, okay, you sit and meditate for a little while, and as a creator of something, you'd be like, okay, so what do I do now? Okay, this is interesting. And like you're seeking guidance from the other side to create. You're channeling that stuff. That's what any great creative person does. You've got to open your mind to what's next. How's this presentation? What do they want? What can I do? Let's give them a great time.
Yeah. And I think that's what we both do. That's what we got to do is, create and just, and really and truly, like for me, it's not even so much creating. I don't really look at it as, because you're just relaying information. But here's the catch. And this is what I believe. And this, maybe I'm wrong, but I've listened to people like the lady that was on with Tony, like the other day. I was toggling back and forth between 3 shows because 3 of my friends were on at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So I was watching all 3 of them and trying to work. Multitasking doesn't really work, but I ended up paying attention too much to the shows. But Tony was talking to this lady, and she was saying some very interesting stuff, but it was very like, and then, these aliens came up. And that's why the audience was kind of picking at her a little bit. I didn't really think it was appropriate, but I could see why when someone tells their story, it's not always like real, like it doesn't grip you like, it should, even though they're saying something that's very like amazing. So when you retell the story, I think that's the biggest, the catch for me is like being able to relay that story and tell it and bring it to life and color it the way it's supposed to be told. Like I can have somebody else do it, but they don't do it,
For
justice.
me, as an audience, once again, I'm an artist and a filmmaker first before anything else I do, and so I approach it that way. And if I'm thinking about even in this live stream, like, what, atmosphere is important, aesthetics are important to me. Your studio is one perspective of that. How would you do that again without going in the virtual world or having some kind of in-person live show? Or maybe you could, there could be a smaller version of that with a small audience every time you do it. I don't know. How do you create the atmosphere for the audience at home? I really love how you play Nelly's songs in the opening of your show now. Those are really nice. And it's a nice lead in to the show. How do we have breaks? Could you play, like I ask myself these questions. So if you listen to Off to the Witch, it's an audible experience. And then you'll hear these old vintage trailers come in, those old Saturday morning cartoon bumpers. I'll structure it that way because that's how I want to do it. I'm not saying do it like I did it, but this span of time that you have, the amount of people that stay with you for this amount of time, there could be a wonderful variety. You could take a short break and play something for them for a little while. You could, there's so many things you can do. And you have to forgive me because I have not seen every show. So you may have done these things already, but in that period of time, I would say, how do we give it all in that period of time? Let's give them the greatest performance ever. Coast to Coast AM was really interesting in that respect too, because it was bookended by these aesthetics. And that's what I love about the greatest show, the radio shows, or what are we giving them? What are we giving the audience? You're a very giving person. Continue to aesthetically as well, because what accentuates these great stories, and I'm all over this office everywhere, but it's like it was.
Oh, I used to have those.
Yeah, I got that, and I have also.
I used to have all those, man.
All over the place. The books all around this house. There's 5 other bookshelves in the other living room, but it's like, what are we giving the people that are watching us right now? And I guess, even in this conversation, I hope maybe they can anticipate that the wheels are spinning on your end, that they're about to get something even the next level of what you're going to do. They're like next level aesthetics, guests. Set yourself apart from everyone else. There's no reason to make it like everybody else's show, because that's how it'll all fall apart. I think if everything starts just seeming like it's the same, that's how the networks fell apart. And anyone that has the opportunity to make documentaries outside of the network system and makes them like the networks, I'm telling you, whatever they're doing right now, if it's a success, it's going to be a failure. I have big plans up ahead, and there are other guys like me out there, or girls out there, that are making things that are really unique, and you don't know what it is yet because it's unique. You're just used to the same. I just mean you, as all of us as the audience, we're used to the same thing over and over again. But I spent 2 years making 2 feature-length episodes of this new show, and I had to answer myself, like, why would I do this if it's not going to be different? Because I do see some of these guys making outside of the system, but they're making exactly what the networks are making. So why are you any better than the network?
Yeah.
It's the same stuff. Same
you got to
shot.
give them something, and
Yeah.
Everybody wants something new, something this, something that. And I've told people before, I didn't invent the wheel. I didn't do anything. I just feel like when you're going to come in to a genre, whatever it is, do it the best you can,
Right.
and try to make it, and bring something to it. There's so many people that there's this whole, like, I don't know, like there's this parasitic energy that everybody seems to be dancing around with, and they feed off of everyone else, and they copycat and do all this other crap. And in reality, there's only really a handful of people who are doing something different, and everybody else is just copycatting and taking, and nobody's really adding or bringing anything new. And that's the problem. And I tell people that all the time. I was like, if you're gonna do this, and I'll give people podcasting advice, and I tell people all the time, I'll say, one of the things you can do to grow is to not only get the story from the person you're dealing with, but ask them and try to get stories that they know from friends and family, and you'll go from this person to that person to this
Sure.
person, and you'll get a whole bunch of, and then connect it and bring it all together. But a lot of people are just lazy and they just wait around for somebody to bring them something, and you can't do that. You got to be a dog with a bone.
Of course.
And I have had to I used to hustle hardcore to get stories and leads, and it was a nonstop thing. And even now, I mean, the people I work with, the people I live with, they'll say, "You're obsessed. You're obsessed." No, I'm not obsessed. And I'm always looking for the next story. I never stop. If it's in the chat or if it's in a group or whatever, because that's what
if I were the producer of your show, I'm someone who loves paranormal stories since birth. I would say I would love to see now in the live stream some kind of eventful situation, whether it be a remote viewing session, someone attempting telekinesis, someone attempting pyrokinesis. I mean, who knows if it's going to happen? Someone, okay, no. I don't know.
Like circus stuff.
I don't know what you would permit, but a seance.
No, dude, no.
Okay.
I know that stuff's real, and I am
Yeah.
not. I don't want something to come back and attach. Because if you mess with stuff too, that's another thing. Like, you can really invite, and this, you can invite a lot of real problems. And sometimes, and I think things can travel through electronics too.
What would you be willing to do? And I don't mean in terms of sensationalism, but I would love to see that stuff live, some kind of live event. Obviously, you can't do it every single show. It takes some serious planning, but some kind of live display of ability, live event, on location things where you're actually in a location that has had a phenomena happen and you have a chat there, literally there, and you set up the cameras and stuff there. Like, these are the type of things I'd love to see in a live stream. But again, you still draw people, even if you're sitting in your office, like as you are right now. I'm just saying, now that you have that foundation made of steel, build on it and just be wild with the show. And I'm telling you,
that's what I'm doing next, is boots on the ground.
Yeah,
everybody's talking about boots on the ground, but that's it, because I found some places I think are habitation of these creatures, of these entities, and I don't want to go in stupid, But one of my friends, Nick Valenti, and I haven't talked to him in a while, I need to reach out to him, but he believes in going in with everything, like, if not just being armed, but like holy water, and he's not joking. Like, now I learned from the guy that practiced vampirism recently, he's like, the stakes and all that's not legit, but he believes in taking stakes, with him and stuff, because you never know what the hell silver bullets, if something happens. And I know silver does break up electromagnetic energy, and there's something to that, like the mirrors. I found out something recently that mirrors, I thought it was only for the rich people, which back in the day, it was rich people that had these mirrors because they had a thin layer of silver behind them.
Right.
Yeah. So that's where that comes from, that they couldn't see their reflection, these vampires, but the modern mirror, they have no problem with, because it doesn't have that, but these vampires, these werewolves, they get their abilities demonically, and they do what they do.
What about, and I don't want to say hot seat interviews, but more challenging in the sense where this would be juxtaposed to you, that it might be somebody you might not like very much. Let's say, for instance, someone who practices like the Golden Dawn or Crowley magic. You're not going to argue with, but it might be, like, it might be an interesting conversation to kind of, okay, let's have a gentleman's debate and we'll talk about what you do. Let him tell his story, and then say, I don't know, it might be, I don't know, like, I know you have a particular approach and there's certain guards to this situation, but it might be interesting to have, because I just feel the strength coming out of that idea. It's strong, and you're the anchor that keeps it in a positive place, because I've never seen anything like that. I've always had been 100% polite to my guests, even Stanton LaVey, and he was a really
nice
guy.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. I mean, well, he's gone. He died.
Like right after that. That was crazy, dude. I listened to it like 2 days before he passed. Like, I'd listened to that show.
Yeah.
And I didn't get to finish all of it, but I listened to most of it. And then like a couple days later, he passed away.
Yeah, that's what I think you would shine with people like that. I just interviewed Shane Bugbee, and we didn't talk about his practices or focus. It was more about his artwork, but he was very close with the LaVey family and knew Anton actually very well. And they're just great stories that come from these people. They're going to be polite to you no matter what, unless everyone starts arguing. But it's just going to be interesting to hear from their perspective. Like you and I talked about Lovecraftian, ideas being real. Well, there are people that I met a guy once, his life has been destroyed, but he claimed he conjured up entities and demons. And I said, well, what did this ever do for you? And he's like, well, I found my wife. And I said, your wife just divorced you. I mean, like,
I found my wife.
yeah.
Found my wife, and then she just divorced me.
Yep.
I just like I found my wife.
Yeah, I don't want to call them hot seat interviews, but I think it would be. I see this in my mind's eye. What a wonderful set of interviews it would be to like have. I don't want to say a rival, just somebody that might be not your normal guest,
Yeah.
and tell them before in the pre-conversation. Look, I'm not here to fight with you, but let's get some good stories out of you, and I'm listening. I don't know.
It's funny. We were talking about Tony, but he interviewed that guy with the killing LaVey or killing Anton, whatever.
Right.
And it's something. It's a story I already know. I mean, I know it's pretty popularized, whatever. And so I didn't really watch a whole lot of it because I don't have a lot of time, and I don't. I catch your show every once in a while. Sometimes I'll pop in at Barton's chat. Bettina had on L.A. Marzulli today, which was interesting. I didn't listen to all of it. I couldn't. I don't have time. But it's like if I did and I was retired and I didn't have two businesses to run along with the show, I don't know how I do this. I still don't get it. But it would be, I would probably do a lot of watching of YouTube. I would probably watch YouTube a lot, but it would be different stuff. There would be a lot of history, and I do watch, and I'm friends with a couple people who have channels that are really deep. Like they're not magic, but like they're deep into like Bible theology and really deep into different types of like information. And it's stuff that I can tell you right now, my audience just is, they're not going to be into it because I mean,
Really,
if I had them on there, it would just be too much information speaking. It like this stuff that there would be people that like they wouldn't be interested in it. So I thought about bringing some of the people on that when I do get time to watch, but I know that my audience isn't going to want to watch it. They're not going to want to listen to it. I mean, I had Paul Wallace on, and those interviews didn't do that well. But then again, Anthony named it Bible theology. But to me, those were some of the most riveting and funnest interviews I ever had. And then, believe it or not, like your shows, whenever we did together, they didn't get but like several thousand views, whereas some of the other stuff gets like 20,000, whatever. But I think it's because we were talking really, really deep, and it wasn't like just, Dogman, Bigfoot, ghost, whatever stuff happening. But those are the fun interviews for me, though. Those are the ones where people come on and we talk. I really like those. And then when Bettina came on and was talking about sleep paralysis, that show didn't do like really gangbusters either. But that was talking to her and connecting with her about what had happened to her because it's happened to me. Those are the interviews I really enjoyed, but it seems like the audience just is kind of like, if they go and they watch them, they really get into it.
Everybody's audience is different. My episodes fluctuate. Most of my audience is on Apple Podcasts, and there was an episode that I did about the revival of a French theater called the Grand Guignol, which was a gore theater. It was a murder theater. It was well before horror films, but it showed our interest in that. And I knew it wasn't going to be the most popular episode. It was a guy who revived it in Rome. It used to be a French theater, and they would have murders on stage. And but it was fake. It was like the old theatrical equivalent of a slasher film. And I was interested in this, the fact that he was reviving this and bringing it to California eventually. And I knew there wasn't going to be a big audience for it, but I did it because I was interested. So I don't know. I think that's what motivates me most of the time. I'm trying to find something interesting.
Yeah, I think though, like whenever you come on live, though, it seems to do really well, as opposed to when we talked, and it was just like two voices,
Right.
or Anthony was there too. I think three voices, whatever. And it seems like to me, the podcast episodes where I have guests don't do very well. When I have guests on the live stream, they do well, but the podcast,
I don't,
why?
Yeah, I understand, and I know that that's the foundation of what you're doing. And personally, look, I have big plans for the whole brand that I created, and I have never been to this moment. I have not been able to put it through to its apex. I will, though, sometime later this year. It will begin, and it's going to be PR. It's going to be advertising. It's going to be me amping up the show and even getting additional hosts for it and just doing different things. And it's going to be intertwined with the documentaries that I've been building over the last 2 years. And now I'm hiring a crew out here. We're going to be making them a little bit faster, but not fast. And that's always been my plan for this since I started it. I started it just after Strange World ended. So, I started designing it. I knew I wanted to do it. I always wanted to do it. And it's going to remain an Audible thing, but then I'll do other things. But that's the thing. I'm being really creative with my plans, and what a difference a day makes. As soon as I put that whole plan in motion, you'll see everything come to fruition, because also I'm getting all this press for these new movies too that's going to happen. And I'm utilizing all of that, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if people get comfortable doing the same thing over and over again, what's popular today and what you think is the height of it all can be obliterated tomorrow. But if someone comes in and does something really interesting, right now you have this incredible foundation, and I know you're an interesting guy, and you're a charismatic guy, and you're very intelligent and creative. I don't think you should worry about. I know you have to, in a sense, to worry about numbers, but I think you should at least have several months where you're just completely exploding with creativity. Just try different things with the show, and also tried and true. Like, keep your show tried and true on several episodes, or at least one a week. But try different things, and I know you're planning to, because I think that's how you're going to survive. There are a lot of other people out there brewing things, and if everyone's the same, that's how everyone falls.
Yeah,
Being different and being strong with what you have, and retaining your audience, keeping your audience's attention, and having them come back. And you're very good at that. They come back every day. How many people are in here right now?
439.
My God, I gotta go to sleep in a couple of minutes. But
Yeah,
I'm grateful.
I'll let you run, Chris.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm grateful for everybody, and you and your family and everybody. Thank you for having me tonight.
Sure. Anytime, jump on and we can talk. I'd like to have you come on one day when we're not doing anything. If you're done, or you're done for the night and I'm on, come on, and I can throw out some encounters, and you can give me your feedback on them.
Yeah, I will. I had a long work day today, but I clicked into the show and I was like, why not? I feel very accomplished, because this was a long time coming, this project. So it felt good today to solidify. We actually got the rights to a pretty cool book, and we talked to the author today for one of the other movies down the road. So I'm just showing you a preview. I can't say anything about this project.
Yeah,
this is a series of movies. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I can't wait, dude.
So,
well, Chris, I'll see you, man. And I want to tell you publicly, thank you for always checking on me. You do,
man.
You're one of the handful of friends that check in on me, and you're pretty good guy, man. And like I said, there's going to be a lot of big projects in the future, and we're going to be working together. I know we will, because like goes toward like. So
wait till you see what happens the rest of the later part of this year and next year. I have all the resources now to make the master plan unfold. It's going to be really cool. And again, I love talking to you. People have asked me during this time that you were having this conflict with these people, and I've remained the same thing that I've said to you. I said to them that you're above all this stuff. You've got to just focus on what you do best. Your show's great. Your audience is fantastic. They come back every night to see you, or you're on a good deal of the week.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful thing. The networks are envious of you more so than anybody else. These other YouTubers or whatever, who cares? It's the networks that are envious of that. And that's why they're going to try and get in bed with you. The larger the larger your situation grows, they're going to try and get you to do things. And I would say no, because you have the upper hand.
I've already done that. I've told
Yeah.
you, I've been approached. I even had someone try to buy it, and then they said that I could be the employee, and it was a lot of money. I mean, not a lot, but for what I had, that was like a year ago. So from what I had at that time, they saw the potential. But then when I looked at this contract, and I went over it with Anthony, and then we took it to our lawyer, and we were like, no way, dude, because then I would just be a slave to them, and they would take my brand. And
They'll
then
own your brand, yeah.
And if I tried to quit,
they'll seize all your social networks.
Show.
Yep. No, I've been through it. But luckily I was out of that contract by 2020, and I was already starting to sell new shows. So, yeah.
Yeah. All right, Chris, I'm gonna let you run, man.
Okay, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. Have a wonderful night. Everybody get some rest.
Get you some sleep.
All right. Good night. Take care. Bye.
Bye. So Chris Gitano, everybody, good friend of mine. We talk pretty regularly. One of my true friends in this field, and I'm blessed to say I have quite a few. Some people have told me, they're like, I have, my real friends I can count on one hand. I tell them I don't have enough fingers and toes, because I've had people do a lot of really good, nice things, and it may seem like there's a lot of bad people and backstabbers, and there are. But the good people far outweigh that, dude. Still, for me anyway, God has really looked out for me. So, good thing you did block them, Mike. I saw what you were saying about that. I'm not even going to repeat it, but you're right, Dennis. I never will. I was approached it was a little over a year ago, and I was approached about selling. And they threw out a big number, and I was like, damn. And then we did the math. And Anthony's like, yeah, even at the pace we're on right now, we could make that, I mean? And because of the donations we get, that it keeps us going. And the Patreon, which really, really has stepped up and helped us. We haven't had many new Patreon members lately, which kind of is a little disheartening, because that really helps us keep from having to put things behind a paywall. And then we have the ads. Now, in order to make up for lack of donations and Patreon, we may have to put more ads, and I don't want to do that, but we have to be able to get the equipment and things we need. So that is something that is going to be, at least for a while, we're going to have to be trying to upgrade and keep up and get things done. The green screen was one of the things we had to do, because we wanted it to look more professional and whatever. And then, like right now, the thing's lagging. The computer is lagging behind, because it's just not, I got to upgrade everything. And so thank you to everybody who helps and donates and watches, just watching and giving us views this late at night, especially. And please like and subscribe. If you like and subscribe, get others to like and subscribe. That's the best thing you can do. Bring others to the table to watch, But what they tried to do was they tried to get me to take this deal. And then if I decided that I didn't like being an employee and just pumping out content for them, then it was going to take me 5 years. I could not, it was a non-compete clause on the contract where it would take me 5 years to be able to have a show. I looked at that and I was like, if I was a desperate man and I was starving and I didn't have a place to live, and I said, I still wouldn't do this. And then I got really upset, because I was like, you really insulted me. I was like, you're insulting me to think that I'm that stupid. They're like, well, why, Mr. Turner? Why would you? I said, why wouldn't I? To think that I would be that stupid to and then they were going to have control over what I said and did. And I was going to have to advertise for things that wasn't going to help me or benefit me. And I'm like, no way. No way. Sucker's deal, not going to do it. You couldn't bring me $10 million and take what I built. I wouldn't take it for $10 million. I wouldn't do it. I just wouldn't do it, And that wasn't $10 million, believe me. But I was like, dude, I'm not going to do this. It's not going to happen. You're not going to buy my soul, and and just I'm not going. It's not going to happen. Yeah, that's what I believe too. And I'm not doing this to make money. Because all we're doing is just kind of getting by. And it's been 5 years. I get it. But I really feel like in the future we're going to do bigger and better things, and it's going to happen. It's going to happen, and you guys are the backbone. And people talk a lot of mess about me, and they like to say a lot of hateful little crappy things. But the bottom line is, let's see you fill up a chat at 3 in the morning and put 500 people in the seats. And I tell people, keep running your mouth, because in the end, you're not going to be where I'm at. I mean, it's just not going to happen. And I'm not going to back down from my views or what I know to be the truth or what I've researched. And these people that argue with me, they think that like, dude, I eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff. But yet you've read one book and you think you know everything about the world and the nature of reality. No, you don't. Because I don't. And I've read thousands of books. And it doesn't stop, So if somebody says 100 million, well, yeah, $100 million I'd sell. And then I would just, but it would only be if there was a non-compete clause it was removed, then I could just go make another show. Because $100 million, you could help a lot of people. I would, what I would do with that? I would just like put all that money into other people's shows and making them do better. And then I would just be on their show all the time. That's what I would do. I would just be on there and I'd be like, let's just make your show badass. And I'll just go be on there and just talk through them, because I'm not going to stop talking. It's not going to happen. And as much as these people wish I would. What's really funny to me, though, is like you think these people would love the fact that I am doing what I do, because they claim to be so into this stuff, and they're so whatever. They're such big fans of the paranormal and Dogman and all that, but yet I'm giving them everything I have, and they're like still hating. So is that really what you are? Or are you like a disinformation agent? Because that's the only thing I can think of. Love Cat says never sell out. I promise you I won't. I give you my word. I'm not going to do that. And I'm going to overlook this contract I'm about to sign, and it's going to have to be legit. I'm not going to like be taken for a ride and have somebody have control of my product. It's just not going to happen. I am committed to doing everything I can to keep this show. Look, dude, I don't care about all the pomp and whatever. Like this thing behind us, the green screen. We have the little logo, whatever. I turned it off, so we could keep doing what we got to do. Because the information is what important. It's not who like sitting here and showing your logo. Like, who cares, dude? I mean, y'all know me, man. I'm real. And if you've ever met me in real life, you'll know that I am the same person in life that I am on the show. This is not an act, a character that I'm playing. People, they like, oh, he's pretending and all this other stuff, and no, this isn't a joke. This isn't whatever. This is real. I do want to do that. What do you guys think now? You guys are in the inside. This is really cool for you because cool for us. Let's say that. I don't say you, but this is cool. If I was the audience, I would think this is cool because I've been talking to Seth and of course, Small Town Monsters. He's been knocking it out of the park. Those guys are killing it, of course. Tony Merkel, he's been killing it, and then of course you got Chris Garitano. So let's work on 2 different projects. Let's try to get one with Carter Bouchard, and one of the other guys could be, I don't know, we could talk to Ken, see if he wants to do it. And then, maybe have the other guy be Adam Davies. I thought Adam Davies brings all this energy, or Chad Lewis. We could do a roundtable with them, a cryptid roundtable. Wouldn't that be cool? We do a cryptid roundtable just in time because I'm just now about to start writing a book about cryptids, not a Dogman book. It's going to be about a lot of other cryptids, maybe a Dogman or 2 story in there, but a cryptid book. And I'm working on the vampire thing. It's slow going because I've hit a couple snags, but we'll work past it. We'll get that book out. Trust me, we're going to get it done before the conference. And the conference, I'm going to make a decision on that in a week or so. We're going to decide what we're going to do. Here's the thing. How about we try to do that, though? We get a panel together and we have the filmmakers, the people who are, and I wouldn't say Merkel's a filmmaker so much as just a media guy. And throw Eric Palacios in there. He's another one from Media Palace. He's another one, dude. He does good work. Maybe Greg Ogles. Greg's another one. He's the one that was doing the thing with Adam and Barton and the LBL. So we can work on this. Tell me what you want to see, and I'll do everything I can to make it happen. Right? Nothing is out of reach. People think, oh, I'm reaching for the stars. I can't, And did I not say before the second conference, and I know it sounds arrogant and it sounds like a bravado, and it's just like, I know that people have said that this about me, that the braggadocious, whatever. But I'm going to tell you this. I said this. I said, we're going to win, and we're going to win big. Write it down. Did I not say that? I said, trust me. That is the truth. We are going to win. We're going to win big. And we're going to win again and again and again and again. And if you're not on the train, you're just going to hate us more and more and more. And you're going to keep doing like the little cartoon thing, trying to derail the train. It's not going to work. We're just going to keep running it over. It's not going to happen. It's not. Sorry. Nothing's going to stop me. Nothing. Unless God decides to take the breath out of my lungs. And if he does, his will be done. Then that is it. Final word is his. My life is not anyone else's to give or take. And neither is my work. There's a lot of things I could be doing right now, but I want to be here with you. And I'm going to tell you this. We're going to win, and we're going to win big. And if we have another conference, if we do, and we decide to do it, we're going to blow it out of the water and knock it out of the park again. They have 500 people at the first one, 600 people at the second one. It's going to keep happening. It's going to get bigger. And the enemies, they're going to get worse and get more stupid and be more angry. I don't like this guy. Let me get my phone and say some bad things about him now. This will hurt his feelings. He's not used to people saying mean things. I live for that. Go ahead. Because it's ridiculous. You're not going to stop it. And there was a girl on this Instagram. This guy was making fun of her. And she was like, this is for my haters. And he's like, lady, you have like 300 followers. Who are your haters? So when you have haters like me, though, give me a call and tell me, hey, now you know what it's like, because they'll be there. And I went to war every time for other people. Didn't do it for me. They were attacking people I cared about. That's what I did. I fought those battles for you guys, not necessarily everybody in the chat, but I did. I could have let the dogman community go into the toilet and be like, it's an evolutionary creature that's learned to stand up on its legs, dance around, Bullshit. Okay? Bullshit. That's not what happened. Okay? And I wasn't going to let that go. That's not going to happen. And Bigfoot is just a big monkey man running around and whatever. Well, what about all this other stuff that's happening? Are we not going to talk about that? All ghosts are demons, blah, blah, blah. There's a demon here, a demon there, a demon down, bullshit. Never once even looking at science or doing the math, just ridiculousness happening everywhere around you. Might as well be like what Chris said, the firecracker up the guy's butt or whatever, and then gets a bunch of views. That is not what we're here for. We're here to figure out what's really going on. And don't you want to know? Because I know I do. And so I just laugh, and I know that we're going to do bigger and better things. And it's going to keep happening, and everybody that's here is still around. That's a good one, Jake. He said write a book about the nature of reality. That'd be a good one. Eve, thank you for that donation. I didn't see that. Sorry, late on cold fees. Thanks for being real, man. You're unstoppable with all the awesome people surrounding you. Yeah, I just It starts with my relationship with God, and other people can say that it's not correct, that my relationship with God is not correct. That I don't, but my whole thing is trying to find the true God, the real God, the God that is Christ's Father. That is who I'm looking for. That is who I found. That is who I worship. And somebody said, "Well, I don't worship no Sumerian God, whatever." Yeah, I don't either. That's the whole point of telling you that. Unfortunately, though, him saying he's wrong, because that is who he's worshiping, because of his ridiculous beliefs, and then coming out and saying that I'm wrong, whatever. But who's right? The person who's really, really studied this with discernment and opened their heart to the truth, or someone who's closed-minded and ignorant and goes around doing everything that is completely against God's, what Jesus told us? I mean, that's the thing. You can't have it both ways. You can't be a bigoted hypocrite and think you're doing God's will. You're not. Josh, do you think any of today's magicians do real magic? Yeah. I've seen people. When I worked downtown, I saw a guy make, okay, I'm going to tell y'all something. I don't think I've ever told this story. There's a couple of things here I was thinking about the other day. I never told some of this stuff, you know. I watched a guy make fire come out of his fingers. I don't know how he did it, but there was nothing there. It was just his arm. And either that or he made the appearance of it, because I was like, whoa. And this dude did some really weird stuff. Really weird. Like he didn't do it on me. He couldn't do it on me. He tried. He was trying to put cards in my pocket, and he did it to one of my friends, and he pulled the card out of his pocket. And this guy wasn't even touching him or anything. This guy was a friend of mine. I saw it come out of his pocket. I said, do it to me. You know, I said, try. He couldn't do it, and it wouldn't work. He kept trying, kept messing it up. And I said, that's because you're doing real magic. It's not going to work. I renounced that in the name of Jesus, and he got all upset and walked off. Didn't say a word. He just walked away. So I believe that I witnessed somebody doing real magic. And then my friend got really sick. His name was Lee. And he was okay, but I told him, I said, you opened yourself up for that. And I told him, I said, go ahead and try. He already said, the conversation went like this. He says, can I do it to you? And I said, no, you may not. I was like, you can try, but it's not going to work. I said, I can't stop you from trying, but you don't have permission to make it to happen to me. But he started trying to do it, and it didn't work. And I told him that. I said, nah, dude. A lot of these people, they think that there's little parlor tricks. They're satanic. And I'm not joking. They really are. Especially working downtown in Austin on 6th Street, where there's 400 nightclubs and bars. There are. Look it up. It's true. Downtown Austin. Nothing but drugs, prostitution, just a cult of death. Every weekend, somebody's being killed. You think I'm joking? People go down there to have a good time and get all sloshed and have a good time dancing and all that. And all they're doing is worshiping the devil at everything that they're doing. So you don't think that there's people out there doing that. They're doing it. Believe me, they're doing it. And they're having a great time doing that until the party ends. And when that party ends, it's like a credit card bill. You got to pay it, brother. What do you think is going to happen? You think it's all fun and games? Nope. Jojo says, I don't agree. I don't know. What's going on in the chat? You don't agree with Jojo? When people get upset, uncomfortable with the mention of Jesus, that's a sign something's not right with them. Yes, that's exactly what this guy did. I still remember what he looked like too. He was a weird looking bald dude with like glazed over eyes, and he had this weird little like the little devil mustache. He had this, like, he tried to make himself look like the devil or something, you know. He was down there quite a bit. So I steered clear of him, and he stayed clear of me. But I knew damn well what he was doing, and I told people, I was like, that guy's into black magic. Yeah, probably, Rick. He was probably possessed. That's probably right. So anyway, thank you for everybody that donated. And trust me, we're just going to keep going. We're going to keep getting bigger and better and doing things. I'm glad that we did this impromptu show. I am going to try to be on tomorrow night, Saturday and Sunday, but by Sunday I may be toast. I don't know. We'll hope that everything works out, and then we'll get through this month. Pray for me that everything works out. I got my tax time. I know that's like good for some people because they get a little bit of their money, their hard-earned money back. For us, guys like me, we got to pay in so that they can go and use it to do God knows what. Send it to whoever. I don't agree with that either. Wars and whatever the hell else they're trying to do. But yeah, it's a tough time for me right now. I'm going through a lot. I got a lot of things happening. Pray for Nellie. She's been in a lot of pain lately. She'll never tell you. But I love my wife a lot, and I want her to be okay. Pray for Anthony because he's been enduring attacks from these people who we called our friends. You think it's just me? No, they're attacking him and Tony too. They're coming after me, Anthony, and Mushu, Tony Mushu, whatever. Because why? Because we don't want to wage war. Because we want to believe the way we want to believe and be left the hell alone. And these people, one of them in particular, has given his word to 3 different friends of mine. And his word's worth nothing because he continues to do what he's doing. And not going to leave you with that because that's not important. Just pray for us. We need the prayers. We love you. We thank you for everything y'all have given us. We thank you for everything you've done being here. What does that say? Maggie says, try lemonade with honey for your voice. It will soothe your throat. The truth. Yeah. There's a lot of things I don't like about this. I can go on, believe me. Rich says, I understand your pain. I'm going to pray for you. We're going to pray for everybody. All right? Let's say a prayer right now, folks. All right? God, I come unto you in the name of Christ. I ask these things in the name of Jesus. Those that are still with us and those that will watch this later, please give them the blessings that they deserve, if it is your will. And Lord God, please continue to bless us the way you have, if it is your will. Your will be done in my life and in everything and in all things always. For you are good all the time, and you are righteous all the time. Where we fail as people, please help us to and lift us up with your Holy Spirit. In the name of Jesus, things are done. This prayer be said, amen. So we pray for each other. We take care of each other. If you're not a Christian or you're Buddhist, a Muslim, Hindu, whatever, you're welcome here. You don't have to believe in the prayer the way we pray. You don't have to believe in what I'm saying, whatever. Just don't start anything. We're good people. We're not going to mess with you. Don't mess with us. And we accept you. That's it. And I hope that I never have to pull away from my audience the way people are telling me to. Because a few bad apples just want to ruin everything, but we're not going to let them. And you know how we're going to beat them? By just being very, very successful. We're going to be successful. That's what I'm telling you right now. All right. Thank you for everybody that donated. Thank you for everybody that tuned in. Give me your suggestions and your ideas of shows. And don't forget, keep sending me your stories because that's the backbone of the show. People telling their encounters or us telling their encounters. The bottom of it. All right. We'll leave with this comment here. Amen. Good night.